Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023, Day 2. My name's Luke Crane. I'm one of your hosts. We've got Matt Brandt here as well. How you doing, mate?
Yes,
you all good?
hi. Good to see you. Yes, I'm very well. You?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Should we have a little chat about yesterday? What
yes,
you got
of
up
course.
to?
I enjoyed the community trophy a lot. The race was amazing. Congratulations again, which means in German, Gratulation. In English, congratulations. And what I said was Indian, by the way. To P3, JL Motorsports, P2, the Sim Racing Collective, and P1, SOP Esports Racing. Nice job. You did well. And I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, I had a nice chat with Swelio Almeida as well. That was always good. Very intelligent guy to talk to about his new book, which is always nice to get involved with.
And I had a sweet little talk about sim racing and rear racing with the Bilstein team. That was also nice. Make sure you look that up on YouTube. You can.
And well, let's talk about today then. So today we've got a chat with Tim Heineman. I'll be involved with that one. We've also got a chat with iRacing, FIA, and indeed the head of UK Motorsport about the FIA F4 partnership. So that's two things I'm going to be involved with. And we've also got the professional trophy today.
Yeah, that is going to be awesome. And it's going to start in a few minutes, actually. 11:30, we're going to hit the stage.
Yeah, so the timings for that will be 11:30, professional trophy race number 1. Then we have at 1 o'clock the talk with Tim Heineman. We then have at 2 o'clock the talk about the FIA F4 situation. And then we have the professional trophy race number 2 later on in the day. I believe that's at 3 o'clock. Yeah. And then we end the show. It's as simple as that. So if you are in and around the area, make sure you come and get a ticket and get yourself involved. And if you can hear us right now, there's plenty of action for you to get involved with.
Looking forward to seeing you.
Aschers Leben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Draht mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspähen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört. Die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
»60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben, Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise!« Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km/h.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy, Sim Racing Black. Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
Grid Finder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport BRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km/h.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport BRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang. And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and race. A good start by
Hey everybody, welcome back on the stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. We are heading straight into our first race of the day, and I have Alex and Nico with me, our commentators. Good to have you here, guys.
Good morning.
Say hi to the audience.
Morning, everybody.
Yes.
Great to see that the queues were unbelievable this morning. 9:30, everyone waiting in line.
Yeah.
I think I probably saw about 5, 6, 8 queues.
Isn't it
10
crazy?
to 15 people deep. The hall is buzzing with activity, but of course, we're both buzzing about the racing because now we get into the stage where prize money's up for grabs, the professional
Isn't it?
trophy.
Yes.
First of 2 races.
Let's put it that way. Things are getting serious now, honestly.
Yeah.
It's the 3rd year of the professional trophy. Each year, the format has changed a little bit, so maybe you could wrap up like the evolving of the race.
Well, the first time the professional trophy was run back in 2021 when we were last at the Nürburgring, we had 2 qualification races. Then the top 12 went for prize money at the Expo. It was won by World Fastest Gamer 2, James Baldwin, who's now competing in ESLR1 with Mercedes-AMG Esports. Then last year we went into a true endurance format, very much like the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS, a 5-round calendar. 6 hours per event, and then Williams Esports, Triton Racing, and Unicorns of Love were the top 3.
That was a battle.
That was a battle over 6 hours round in the Eifel region.
Yes.
Around the Grand Prix circuit. I'm waiting to see whether Kunos at some point is going to put the full Nordschleife on its upcoming AC2 next year. The proof will be in the pudding on that one. But this year we're doing a flat-out sprint format where it is 45 minutes, no mandatory pit stops, but we've had 3 rounds so far. We've had Paul Ricard, we've had Monza, we had the Nürburgring, but today we're going to the home of British motor racing. Silverstone, 3.661 miles, 5.891 kilometres, 18 turns, and there's 2 races. What that means, folks, is we have 23 teams, 46 drivers.
Yes. So, wait. So, because if I don't stop you, you will talk for all over the day. You wouldn't believe. He can do that. It's true. He did it yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I did that.
And day before.
I did that last year as
actually,
well.
he started last Christmas talking all the time. So
no, I've been doing it for longer than that.
Yeah. Whatever. Talking about the turns, 80 turns you mentioned. What is the most important one? Nico, do you have a guess there? Well, everyone.
Running it down to a single driver is always difficult, especially in 2 races. The 2 guys will have to get along properly, you know, having similar setup philosophies and all that stuff, knowing each other. You know, that's a great part with teammates. Yeah. You know who you're driving with. But they'll have to work together to make this work, and this is the crucial part for this competition.
Yes, okay. Your guess, your pick for the most special turn in the race? Like, where will we see the most action?
Copse Corner, which is part of the... We're using not the international pit straight to start, where you'll actually use the original starting point, which is coming out of Woodcote and heading into Copse Corner. Flat out, right-hand sweeper, and then you go into one of the fastest, if not the fastest complex in modern-day motorsport. Maggots, Beckett, and Chapel. And then the run down the hanger straight to Stoke Corner. Mm-hmm. Slipstreaming is going to be plentiful. We've got 6 different manufacturers represented over the 23-car grid. Yes. And what's more, we have a total prize fund of €5,000 to give away.
Yes. Okay, you done?
Done.
Okay, perfect. Let's talk teams. Maybe we can talk. You could mention 1 or 2 or 3 teams which are very special, or which you maybe have also a pick or something like that.
Well, you look at the likes of Williams Esports. They've got 2 teams running in this. Veloce. We've also got Get Closer Racing, Renvelton, of course, they're here exhibiting as well with us at the Expo. Yaz Heat, ITB Racing, a new team. We are just getting notification that we're going to be going to grid in about 60 seconds' time, so qualifying's done and dusted. I'm going to say one final thing. Expect the unexpected today. Yep,
okay, so you, I can get you to say like your favorite team or something like that.
The thing
as a commentator, you can't, right?
You've got to look at it from this perspective. Every single driver, every single team is worth being on this grid, and we're going to see 2 fantastic races. But race 1, title's not going to be decided. It's going to go down to the wire this afternoon. But I think it's time for me and Nico to head into the commentary box and get things underway.
Definitely.
For race 1.
One last question to Nico, because maybe you have kind of not a suggestion or something like that, but maybe a wish for a team to win.
Difficult. It's difficult because a lot of people I've raced against so far in SRO Esports, before that even like on Race Room, one of the guys that I haven't seen in ages that just turned up on the entry list here, Thomas Morant, so shout out to him. And also, you know, friends, colleagues from way longer than I've actually done sim racing almost.
Okay, so everybody, please let's give it up for, of course, the races and those 2 commentators over here you just got to know, Nico and Alex. Have fun, guys. Have fun with the race. Let's start.
Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, 45 minutes around the home of British motor racing, Silverstone. One other additional factor for the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy is that the results from the top 3 last time out means we have successed ballast. So, Tinko van der Velde in the number 5 Audi representing Williams Esports starts on pole position with maximum success ballast, Nico. Then alongside, we've got Amadeo Castorino from Team Racing Point. Very good job by the Italian crew in one of multiple McLarens on this grid. George Boothby rounds out the top 3, joined by former colleague and now rival, a man who was at the front of the field before a penalty shoved him down the order. Mikhail Statsenko from ITV Racing. Then we've got Max Wojtner in the sister Williams Esports car, the number 55, representing the Chill Blast brand. Then we've got Kevin, I think that is going to be, that's Kevin Leuner in the number 27. That's SDL Esports. He'll be partnering Tommy Razier, who was competing earlier on this season. Then we've got Jeffrey Ritchie in the 121 Thomas Enger Sim Racing, run and founded by the XF1 driver. Then along with him will be Oscar Tringale for Glitch Motorsports in the highest placed of the Ferrari 296s. Then it's the number 44 of Visceral Esports, Kevin Tade, joined by another Ferrari on the grid, Ren Velten Esports, Joris Appel in the number 71, Luciano Vitvoet for Rocket Simsport, the team run by Chris Buncombe and Jensen Button lines up on 11th. Then we have got a certain Mr. Michael Romagnoli for Absolute ResTech by Acelith. And then the 77 of Get Closer Racing's Tobias Schur. Formation lap, it's a full tour of this 3.661 mile, 5.891 kilometre circuit here at Silverstone that was opened back in 1948. Looking at the rest of the grid, we've got the likes of Tobias Schur, and we've also got the 137 of Dakota Esports, Sean Tempest. Along with him will be the number 72 of the Ren Velten Esports Blue, the sister car to the 71. And it's got Julian Neumann behind the wheel. The number 15 of Pitbull Racing's Pavlo Polovchuk will round out 16th. Tadas Junkevicius for West Competition Racing BMW Romania lines up in 17th ahead of Karim Mateo. Mateo in the sister Absolute ResTech by Acelith 125 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Rounding out the grid, it's going to be Tristan Bollwinkel for the 812 of Gridfinder Racing and Martin Klaassen in the number 62 Brabham Esports powered by Eau Rouge Lamborghini Huracan. Rounds out the 20-strong grid. Nico, this circuit, fast flowing. Technical slipstream is going to be crucial, going down Hanger Straight, going down into Abbey Village Farm Curve, and then also, of course, the National Pit Straight where we go from Woodcote to Copse. Thoughts ahead of this 45-minute race, because the anticipation is palpable.
I think this is one of the biggest circuits where you can see different setup approaches working differently. It's, of course, as you said, a lot of high speeds, a lot of long straights. We have 4 quite long straights, in fact. But you also have a lot of high-speed corners. The entire Maggots, Beckets and Chapel complex, Copse, Stowe, best examples, and of course Abbey and Farm Curve. It's all stuff where you need downforce, so you can always have these different approaches between high downforce or medium-high downforce and going to low downforce instead.
Exactly. So, at the moment, the top 5 of the championship coming into the penultimate round. Williams Esports, Chill Blast and Razor tied on 74 points apiece, whereby they both have picked up a victory and also have taken a second place and erased their drop score at the moment. So it will be the best 4 out of 5 results. The Lotche Racing VEXT, the 696, rounds out the top 3 on 66 points. Then it's the West Competition Racing BMW Romania number 1 entry that rounds out the top 4 on 63 points. ITB Racing on 55. So, the drivers now making their way through Village, through into the loop, and now down Aintree before they head into the Wellington Straits, which is a fast run down to Brooklands. So, based on the previous results, 15 kilos for the pole sitter. West Competition Racing, who start all the way down in 17th, have 10 kilos. And then Williams Esports Chill Blast, who starts in 5th place with Max Wojtner behind the wheel, has 5 kilos of ballast. We will switch it up over again for the final round later on this afternoon. But ladies and gentlemen, can we get some appreciation for our drivers as they're getting ready for lights out here at Silverstone? Please give them a round of applause. Fantastic. Great to have the audience with us here at the Dortmund Messe. But it's Van der Velde and Castorino on the front row as they make their way out of Luffield. The maximum speed during the rolling start is 70 kilometers an hour. If you are out of formation, it's a slam dunk drive-through penalty. They now slow to a crawl. 20 teams, 10 rows of competitors. As we wait with bated breath, the penultimate round of the ADAC Professional Trophy is ready, it is steady, the red lights are on the gantry. We go green and it's pedal to the metal. Van der Velde gets the lead, gets a good start ahead of Castorino as they filter their way through Kopp's Corner on the opening lap around this 3.661 mile circuit. Castorino is very much in the bump drop behind Van der Velde, who's having to struggle with an Audi laden with 15 kilos of ballast as they make their way through into Beckett's. And then we'll start to accelerate coming out of Chapel Curve. Very much at the moment, Nico, a very good start from the entire field, but someone's just kicked up the grass just out of Chapel, around about probably where Voet and Romagnoli are at the moment.
Absolutely, but you see the experience immediately. Tinko van der Velde obviously has run this car this entire year already in the IGTC, so he has a lot of experience with this thing, knows how to place it, and before the race, despite him not feeling too well, as we heard, because he didn't get too much rest,
yes,
he was quite confident still.
Yes, I mean, Tinko van der Velde and his partner in crime, Igor Rodriguez, are two of the drivers, as Luciano Voet has got Tobias Schur up the inside from Get Closer Racing. Van der Velde and Rodriguez, along with Dara McCormack, were the three drivers that won the professional trophy in the 5-round endurance series last season. But Luciano Voet closing in on Joris Appel from Get Closer Racing in the 71 car. So that'll be the red entry. And a scramble behind the number 22, the same number that Jenson Button and Lewis Hamilton used back in 2009 and 2008 respectively, when they picked up their first respective Formula One titles. And Nico,
big crash in the back.
Oh dearie me, that is not good.
That was out of entry.
Brabham Esports involved in that. Also, I've seen that Michael Romagnoli has had a little bit of a coming together, but the Italian stays holding station in 13th place, so actually that could be the fact that it might be, I'm looking at the map at the moment, I think it is more than likely that, yeah, Romagnoli's dropped back as well. Yeah. George Boothby, the man who actually competed for Jans Heat in the professional trophy last year, really putting down the hammer in the 992. He's about 4/10 off of Amadeo Castorino with Tinko van der Velde, despite, now they're coming out of Beckett's again, down the Hangar Straight, Beckett's and Chapel. This circuit also hosts the Silverstone 500, which every year will see the Intelligent Money British GT Championship run by the SRO organisation celebrate its 30th anniversary. Here's the replay, powered by ADAC SimSports. So there is Romagnoli. Oh, it's the 137 that turns the Lamborghini around and collects the... Brabham Esports, powered by Eau Rouge. Martin Klaassen had to go exit stage right, take a track cut in the process, and got caught up in the crossfire.
Just really unfortunate. I mean, the McLaren on the inside couldn't really do too much there. You have the radar in the game, and obviously you're going to try to always have the nose in there. If you make them run wide for entry, they lose a lot of momentum. You can stick it down the inside, and then you can set up a pass for Brooklands. But yeah, just a tiny little bit of a misjudgment in spatial awareness, and it can happen that quickly. And Klaassen obviously just completely caught out as a victim there.
Yeah, that was Sean Tempest in the 137 Dakota Esports McLaren that caused the domino rally effect, as Julian Neumann is being closed in on by West Competition BMW Romainus Tudas Juknevicius. So that says to me, surname is Lithuanian. I should know, I've been commentating in Lithuania and Latvia a lot this year. But this is a really good battle. This is a multi-car scrap for 14th position. A little bit tighter going through out of Woodcote by Juknevicius, closing in on Naumann. Polovchuk leading the train, and it's only half a second up the road. Max Voitchen is trying to get a wriggle on in the number 55 Williams Esports Chill Blast McLaren 720S. Obviously a car that was recently updated thanks to Kuno Simulazioni on the version, just after the version 1.9 update, where we got Valencia, the 296 GT3 from Ferrari, the updated 992 GT3R from Porsche, and of course the Evo 2 variation of the Lamborghini Huracan that we have on the grid at the moment. But at the moment, with coming up to just under 5 minutes completed, this is a real good battle here. So Voichner's trying to get on bragging terms with Leuna in the 27, STL Esports Logitech G McLaren, and then there's Richie Tringale, Tadej and Apple rounding out the top 10. But at the moment, battle between the leaders is around 7/10 of a second, so close to 3.5 tenths between current race leader Tinko van der Velde, Amadeo Castorino and George Boothby. And at the moment, with regards to it, well, Van der Velde has set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 56.737. In free practice coming up to this, Boothby was the fastest by a clear 6/10. But a race itself, Nico, we know that practice and qualifying, and then you go to the race, are two completely different things.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always this one thing, qualifying, you have to get one lap perfectly. And there's two viewpoints, it's one, you only have to do one lap, It's easy enough, you have enough time. Well, you'd think so, but not quite. You have to push so much on the limit. If you push a little bit too much, you instantly lose time or could slide off the track. And here you have to keep up with this pushing on the limit, basically. We always have this term nowadays, a 24-hour, whatever the race length is, sprint race. It's basically just push lap after push lap after push lap, and you just have to keep up that concentration so much as in the background. There's one.
That's one of the Ferraris.
That's Tringale, I think.
Oh, that's the number 17 of Glitch Motorsport, who was running at that point. Tringale was running P8. That drops him to the back of the field. And now Boothby has got a real head of steam coming down Hanger in towards Stowe. The 992 Veloce Esports vexed entry, third in the championship standings at the moment on 66 points. And the driver that will be Aidan Walsingham that will be in the car next time out in race 2 later on. So this means at this moment nothing is quite yet decided, but this will really put Tinko van der Velde. Now here's the replay. Now that behind is one of the McLaren. Same thing as what we saw earlier. Same thing as what we saw earlier. Contact with the left rear, and the Glitch Motorsport Ferrari ends up turning around. I think that might have been the 44. That was the 44 of Visceral Esports that turned them around at one of the fastest complexes. Right, okay, getting notification of our first time penalty of the race coming in as George Boothby really getting up close and personal with the number 85 of Amadeo Castorino for second place. The gap is 2.5 tenths. They power out of the corner at Luffield through Woodcote. And look how close Castorino got to the barrier on the inside. I've just been notified that incident between cars 858 and 137 on lap 1. Dakota Esports cops a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision. And that is not a surprise. I'm sure that Race Control are looking at that incident involving Visceral Esports, the 44 of Kevin Tadej, and also Oscar Tringale in the number 17 for the Glitch Esports Ferrari 296 GT3. We ride on board with George Boothby, and that gap between him and Castorino has dipped to just over 0.2 of a second. Boothby tighter on the apex through Stowe. On the run through Vale, he's swarming all over the back of the 85, looking to the outside, heading through into the next right-hander. That's going to put him on the inside line for Club Corner. Boothby had to back out of it.
Bit of side-by-side contact even.
It was side-by-side, and there's the flash of the lights from the Brit coming out of Club Corner down the Hamilton Straight, and now another fast part of the circuit through into the right-hander here at Abbey, through into Farm, then into Village. Castorino makes a mistake. Boothby switches to the outside, and there's Mikhail Statsenko. Castorino has made the back end of that McLaren wider than the circuit at the moment. George Boothby unable to make it through, and the incident between 812 and 137 on lap 3, no further action. Incident between cars 858 and 62, no further action. Those were the two incidents that happened directly after Sean Tempest's move on the 858 of Michael Romagnoli. But this is allowing Tinko van der Velde to pull away. He's like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof, is the Dutchman. He's 2 seconds up the road, and Statsenko is closing on Boothby and Castorino.
Yeah, so it's always this little thing, you know, you want to end a battle as quickly as possible. And in some corners, you know, in the high-speed corners here, especially just now at Abbey and at Stowe, you're really having the impression that Castorino is barely able to keep the car on track. I think he's put everything basically into the straight line speed for this car.
Yeah, he's definitely trimmed out the aero to low
look
drag.
At this again, how much he gained in this entire complex here. Now he's completely all over the back.
Here comes Boothby, looking towards the inside. He's going to be 2 wheels on the grass. Oh, Castorino! Castorino pulls the left-hand side. Boothby was 2 wheels on the tarmac, 2 wheels on the grass. I think he's just picked up a track cut as a result of coming wide out of Stowe. And Statsenko is chomping at the bit, waiting to get through, out of club corner. And now down the international pit straight by the Silverstone wing on the right-hand side, and now through into Abbey.
We actually have a drive-through as well for the number 44.
Tadej has just got a drive-through penalty. That will be more than
that's for causing a collision, yeah.
Yeah, that will be causing a collision. Now, depending on the severity of the incident, it is at race control's discretion to call the judgment. It can be as simple as a 5-second time penalty, a drive-through penalty. So, yeah, not at all a surprise there, but look at the battle for second, third and fourth. Tinko van der Velde in the number 5 Williams Esports Razor car, leading the way by 2.5 seconds. Castorino, Boothby, Statsenko, Leon, Wojtner, Ritchie. Tadej is going to have to serve that drive-through penalty in the next couple of laps. Otherwise, that could be disqualification. Oh, Wojtner looking very, very hungry indeed in the number 55 Williams Esports Chill Blast car. And there is Tadej pulling into the pits, so the Visceral Esports car will be demoted right to the tail end of the field with 33 minutes on the timer remaining. But Wojtner, look at the steering inputs from the Polish driver, one of the many new recruits in the biggest and silliest silly season. Forget Formula One. Sim racing put the cherry on the cake on that one, Nico. But this is great. Again, very much a carbon copy of what we've been seeing between Boothby and Castorino. But this is allowing Ritchie, Vitvoet, Appel, Tobias Shaw running out the top 10 to really, really close. And look at that amount of colour that we got coming down the Hanger Straight and into Stowe Corner. Wojtner looking up the inside. Kevin Leon closes the door there. Very, very well timed there. Swept a little bit wider to cut across and close the door for Wojtner. So very, very good strategic driving. But as we know, these drivers are competing for cash prizes. €1,000 out of a total combined prize pool of €5,000 for this year's champions of the professional trophy for 2023. So where has the number 44? Right. Kevin Tadej has dropped all the way down to 19th position. Brabham Esports, powered by Eau Rouge, unfortunately not having the best run of luck, being caught up in the crossfire of that opening lap accident we had, Nico. But you know what? I mean, the 121 of Jeffrey Ritchie, that's the Thomas Engers Sim Racing entry. They are not too far behind the number 55, are they? The thing is,
he's looking, he's prowling.
I mean, obviously with your experience having run with Honda HPD USA on SRO Esports, including with the NSX GT3, a car that we saw actually used quite a bit and to great success in the professional trophy last year. What, as a driver, how would you set up the car to give it your optimum opportunity around here at Silverstone?
It's really difficult because you want the least amount of understeer as possible, but still have a planted rear end. And the thing is with esports drivers, we have the community guys who just set up the car so it's, optimal for them. So they can do consistent runs and everything. And it's a little bit more civilized, I'd say, because these guys are like gladiators. They're not just fighting each other, they're fighting the car. And just as a little like look back, for example, with Tinker van der Velde at Bathurst, he was constantly just fighting oversteer on that Audi while he was just throwing it over the mountain. And over here, I think it's a lot more stable. It's also depending a little bit of BOP, but always have it just on the edge of being oversteering.
That's very true. I mean, considering the fact that Williams Esports won 2 races of the professional trophy, they're on course for actually looking at the results. I can't believe I'm saying this. We've had 3 different winners from 3 different races. The opening race, Paul Ricard, Dennis Schoeninger, unable to compete due to tendinitis in his left palm. He explained about the reasons why, and it was actually whilst using the steering wheel. George Boothby won at Monza, and then Tinko won last time out at the Nürburgring. But we've gone to a very, very flat circuit, of course, based on a former Royal Air Force base as well.
Yep.
Has hosted the British Grand Prix for both F1 and MotoGP. Also, final warning. So Dakota Esports are incurring the wrath of Michael Hamlet and his team, who are very, very busy at the moment. But look at the viewpoint we see right under the rear diffuser of Amadeo Castorino from Team Racing Point. George Boothby is going to plant it around the outside at Copse Corner. He's going to nudge the rear bumper. That's very, very close indeed. But now we head through in towards Maggots. Boothby's got to just tee him up all over again. Wait to come out of Chapel Curve. And that is going to be his opportunity to strike. The onboard view that we've got at the moment is on the rear diffuser of Amadeo Castorino's Racing Point McLaren, right at ground zero. And it's wonderful. The great thing about sim racing, the camera angles are ridiculous. You can put a camera anywhere on a car, and it's just like a sim racing GoPro, isn't it?
Basically, I mean, we also have the big advantage that it can't fall off on something and just fly around the cockpit.
It's permanently adhered, isn't it?
What I just love about that camera angle in the back of the diffuser, where you'd never put one because all upsets the airflow, you know? But that doesn't matter here because it's a virtual camera and all that. But you could really see the body roll through like the entire complex of Maggots, Beckett and Chapel, and you could see how much the car is just struggling for grip. And honestly, one of the guys that I've seen most times, like every single time I look on Twitch and he's live, George Boothby, he's streaming Assetto Corsa Competizione. At this point, I think he has more hours than the developers on the game.
George is, not just a great racer, but also one of the many people we have in the sim racing community that stream a lot of their races. Jardier, who's been here at the Expo, always streams, whether it's LFM or SRO Esports. But this is really starting to build. I sense there is a GT3 crescendo coming between these 3, but the biggest thing is that Statsenko is the one that's in the ringside seat. He's in the pound seat. Now, we did see last time out at the Nürburgring when he was battling Tinko van der Velde. They came together. Van der Velde did not finish the race. Statsenko got penalised, and that really dictated the fact that ITV Racing have got to do everything that they can. And looking at their previous results, I mean, ITV Racing, the best result so far was actually at round 1 on the 19th of September at Circuit Paul Ricard. So they have been in the top 5 for every single one of the races, but the win was on the cards for ITV, run by a good man who I first came across at a team called Taro back when because having done some commentary work with SimGrid, he was running with Ahmed Hosseini at that point, funny enough, in a 720 McLaren. But ITB Racing, one of the newer entities within the last 18 months that have brought some competitive drivers to the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. But this battle now is covered, Nico, by 6/10. So Boothby is between a rock and a hard place at the moment, but we know his calibre. We know that Statsenko, given the opportunity, will take it at the snap of her fingers. Castorino, you have to give kudos to for being able to defend. But whilst Castorino is struggling with the ongoing pressure from behind, courtesy of Boothby and Statsenko, Van der Velde has scarpered to a 3.9 second lead. That is climbing, and we're not even halfway through this opening race out of 2 for the 4th and final round.
Yeah, I think right now he's just focusing on keeping the 2 cars behind him, because you have to see it again in 2 different ways. Castorino can really just think of here Boothby as basically his buffer for the next car behind as well. But at the same time, if he's unlucky, if he gets a bad run out of Beckett's and Chapel, then both cars could actually come alongside as well, because it's just such a long run. It depends so much that you get that entire section completely clean. And we saw actually just a few laps ago how quickly Boothby could almost pull alongside, and then Castorino on the limits really with the defense.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that we do actually have 6 of the manufacturers that are represented, funny enough, as the finale of the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS is right now taking place this weekend at Circuit Zandvoort. But Boothby is closing again on Castorino. Gap 0.124 of a second as they were just going through into Stoke Corner. Boothby is now trying to time something. We saw this earlier on. He got a good run coming out of Stowe. This time going through Vale, he looked to the inside. He might try and get the switchback coming out of Club. Now, I have noticed every single time that when Team Racing Points Amadeo Castorino comes through out of Vale and into the right-left complex, he's using a lot more curves. So you see a kick-up of dust from the right rear. And this has been, now Statsenko is showing his hand. He's starting to play the blackjack game because he was later on the brakes because Boothby's his yardstick. It's his measuring tool at the moment saying, right, okay, if George is braking at 125 metres, I could probably brake at 100 and still make the corner. But then there'll be the point when it won't be the sense of desperation, it will be the sense of urgency that sees one wrong move cause a chain reaction.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem here. You really have to see the difference between calculated risk and oops, basically, because it can very quickly happen. You know, if you're pushing especially hard, we saw it earlier with the collision which led to the drive-through for Taddy in the 44. He was right behind that and wasn't even fully alongside and just hit the number 17 of Tringali in the back. And obviously that's not on purpose, that's just, okay, I have to pull out, I'm going to try and make a move, and it can just happen that quickly, and especially in these braking situations where Statsenko is just coming close and close and basically going...
Oh, both Boothby and Castorino. As you said that, fate of circumstance rears its ugly head again, Nico.
Oh boy.
That they were at flat chat at that point. And now into the right-hander they go again. Brabham Esports have pitted a couple of laps ago, so it looks like Martin Klaassen will not take the checkered flag. It's a real shame for the team run by ex-F1 driver, multi-time Le Mans 24-hour race winner, and also the man behind Brabham himself, David Brabham, son of three-time... we've had Conegate happen at Silverstone. Someone's taken one out, and I think it's laying just on the outskirts of Club Corner. But this is great. We've got 3 drivers at full throttle coming through out of Abbey into Farm Curve, now into the tight right-hander at Village. Then it's another tight left-hander going onto the loop before they're able to accelerate and go up the gears and then be pretty much at full throttle coming through Aintree. And a little bit of a wider sweep there from Boothby with just under 22 minutes to go. He's showing his nose again. And one of the things that Boothby has stopped doing, Nico, is flashing his headlights at Castorino. Because when we saw him right up the rear diffuser earlier on, thanks to that camera position, Boothby was like, hello, remember me, and like flashing lights. He's stopped doing it now because he's effectively telegraphing, right, I'm going to get you. Jeffrey Ritchie, in the meantime, is now ahead of Max Wojcicki. So they've swapped positions in the interim period.
The camera angle, though. Sideways.
Well...
I mean, whatever seat position works, if you're just leaning 90 degrees upwards.
Now, the thing is, one of the regulations of this is that it's an online event. But we have several of the teams competing live and direct here at the Expo, folks. So we're actually getting Zoom feeds pumped into our broadcast team. Big thanks to Mike Yao and Steve Crowley, who have been doing an epic job all the way through so far. But Boothby, again, the thing is, what he needs to do, he needs to make that move on Castorino. And the reason being, Veloce's best result was a win at round 2 at Monza. Again, Castorino he's going to come unstuck. If he takes too much grass and too much dirt at one point, as they now come out of Woodcote into Copse, Boothby's right on his rear. Now we ride on back on board with the 992. I mean, 20 minutes to go. All I'm saying is this, is that the number 5 of Williams Esports Chill Blast are laughing all the way to the bank at the moment, because this is really going to give them, a maximum score of 40 points. And looking at it from this perspective, okay, Razor, which is the number 50, Chill Blast is the number 5 car. That will put them in the de facto lead on 100 and that will put them on 100 and I tried maths and 114 points. There, I got there in the end. Sorry, Nico. But it will expand the gap between them. And if Boothby gets second, that will put them ahead of Williams Esports Racer going into the final this afternoon. And that is actually quite mouthwatering. But then Boothby will be hit with 10 kilos. But I mean, looking at Team Racing Point, they're 19th. They had a DNS, they had a non-start at Paul Ricard, a DNF at Monza, and then at the Nürburgring finished 10th. And that's going to help them because they go, oh, we fight a little bit more. We get into the top 10. The prize fund that's given to the drivers, the teams, are multiplied from 10th upwards. But this battle here from 5th back is really, really starting to get enjoyable because Luciano Vitvoet for Rocket Simsport is closing on Max Voitschner. Flames spitting from the back end of the 55. McLaren from the Williams Esports crew, the Chill Blast car. Oh, here we go. Vitvoet goes high, wide and handsome. Round the outside. He's going to line it up for the inside for the next corner. Are they going to be close? There's going to be a little bit of a rub there. Oh, that's very, very close indeed. They all avoid the cone, including the 71 of Renvelton Esports Red through into Abbey. Again, Vitvoet was doing exactly what we saw from Boothby earlier on. And I don't think Boothby's done yet, but he's starting to lose a little bit of ground on Amadeo Castorino as we're 18 minutes still to go of this first of 2 45-minute races here at the home of British Motor Racing Silverstone. It's always a good track for any kind of motorsport, particularly with GT3s. And it was on the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe calendar from 2013 to 2019, but it is always the driver's favourite. I mean, even when you got behind the wheel of the Honda NSX, it was one that you enjoyed, wasn't it?
It was one that I enjoyed, but we never had great BOP there, so, you know, I didn't battle too much.
You're going to bring up BOP again? Yeah, we're not going to go into the formalities or the discussions that we previously had, but like I said, it's a true driver's track, isn't it?
The one tricky thing about Silverstone really is, especially when you're in the position of George Boothby right now, you can see how much Castorino was struggling earlier on just mid-corner grip because he's got less downforce. But at the same time, George Boothby in all these fast corners has even less downforce despite having maybe more downforce in his setup, because obviously dirty air is a thing. And even though it's not like with F1 where it has 2 to 3 tons of downforce, this is still about 100 kilos almost.
Yeah.
Which are just taken away, and you wouldn't think that is too much, but it really is.
You know what? I have to say, shout out to Amadeo Castorino for their respective team gear wear. The Italian tricolore emblazoned on the right sleeve of the T-shirt. It just goes to show the creativity of the identities of the sim racing teams that we have in the greater community, but also in terms of the professional aspects of sim racing. And now the gap. Well, Tinko van der Velde, 5.8 seconds up the road, and he's making his way through out of Aintree as Mats has come to spectate again. He loves this bit. He loves this bit where he doesn't have to say much, just watch what's happening. But 16 minutes to go. Castorino now, and now we've got a really good battle here. Joris Appel from Renvelton Esports in the Renvelton Esports red car, but if anyone has not been over to their stand yet, which is literally just over our immediate left-hand shoulders, has got a lot going on there, including a lovely Audi R8, and I think that might be a V10 Plus, judging by the grill on the front of that thing. But I love the little caption they've got on the side skirt.
Yeah.
And if you understand German, I do, and it was quite funny to see. but this, I mean, the thing is, the Ferrari got a lot of coverage, and it has been a really, really good car. Have you had the opportunity to actually give the Ferrari 296 a try, and what were your first thoughts of it?
I did give it a try, and I did try the Lambo at the same point, but to make a point after the first 12 hours, and the first thought that I had at that point was, damn, I'm doing this lap time, this is so damn easy to drive in comparison. But yeah, really wonderful car around the outside.
And Joris Apple goes wide. He goes wide. He's gonna get that move on Luciano Vitvoet, is he? No, Vitvoet keeps it stuck to the outside. Through they go, door to door. Bit of a touch, right rear to left front.
Has to pull out a bit there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, the thing is, we do say that motorsport is a non-contact sport, but they do say that rubbing's racing, and that. You know what? I think that was a fairly fair exchange between them.
That was absolutely fair. I think it's always, this difference between the different kinds of motorsport, because GT, touring car and all that, that's definitely rubbing is racing. But with prototypes or with open wheel cars, that's not really the best idea, because, wheel on wheel and yoinks, suddenly it flies.
No, because the minute you lose any bit of carbon fibre on the front of it, well, on any part of an LMP or a single-seater, you are at a big old detriment. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, GT3s are a lot sturdier, but we know for a fact that with the damage model on ACC, tyres at this circuit are incredibly crucial.
Yeah.
And I think the thing is, what a lot of us know with the sim racing community is that if you are stuck in dirty air, okay, first of all, you're going to get a speed advantage. Second of all, as you rightly put, you are going to have that downforce backwash from the car in front. So you're in dirty air. But also, if you're trying to drive the car, if you're not in dirty air, you might be overdriving it and slightly cook the tyres. Because the minute the pressures go up...
Even if you don't overdrive it, it's really difficult. Because as I said, they have these amounts of downforce on the car. And without that downforce, all the grip that you get is just mechanical, only from the tires. So the extra stress, that's basically 1,000 kilos or less than 1,000 kilos that are taking a bit of a load off of the tires while also putting load onto it. It's difficult to explain. It's a lot of semantics, but the tires are getting rubbed more and the Pirellis aren't having a good time.
Yeah, as we see the recovering Glitch Motorsport entry, and there's the sister Renvelten car. Julian Norman, all three wides of all the places, and Tringali has got a buy one, get one free through that corner. Nearly a little bit of hip checking between all three of them. It's going to be a 3-wide squeeze into Abbey, and Tringali gets up to 12th position. That was buy one, get one free for the Glitch Motorsport Ferrari, and Naumann in the Renvelten Esports blue Ferrari ends up Piggy in the middle, and then that's Bolavchuk in the number 15 Mercedes that drops like a stone. But Booth Pete again with 11 minutes and 50 seconds on the timer remaining. So that's Jeffrey Ritchie round the outside of Kevin Leon, and there is Max Voigtner making it 3 McLarens. They do say it takes two's company, but three's a crowd. Voigtner looking through out of Woodcock down in towards Cox Corner. The number 55 lifts off the throttle in the approach into the right-hand sweeper. Now keep your eyes on this. Through Maggots. Ritchie looking up the inside of Leon. On the STL Esports, number 27. And now, look who's behind them. Joris Appel in the number 71 Renvelten Esports Red Ferrari. Luciano Vitvoet is only a further 1.1 seconds back. And then you've got the number 77.
Oh, that was did you see that little yank to the inside, and then also on the inside of that,
right?
The Williams,
okay.
they're not done yet.
And we've got a further notification from Race Control. Unfortunately, Joris Appel has to give that position back to that he's just taken, because he was all four wheels off the circuit. So, effectively, an illegal overtake. So, must return position to Luciano Vitvoet from Rocket Simsport. So that's going to be a change for 8th place. And so, I know for a fact that Joris Appel and the team at Renvelten will not be happy. But we saw it. It was a case of side by side. And we know for a fact that in any modern day motorsport, even in karting, you use a runoff area, you get a 5-second automatic penalty. In karting, in GT3s, you are ordered by Race Control to give that position back. But the gap is expanding. 9 3/4 minutes left to go on the timer. Air temperature 16 degrees, track temperature 24 degrees centigrade, so nice and sunny. Perfect conditions for racing. And you know what? I think the Community Trophy set the standard for this weekend, didn't it? And today we've seen, the first race, when you have this sort of grandstand finale, there's the position being given back. So well played to Joris Appel for heeding Race Control's instructions. And now that means Luciano Vitvoet goes back up into 8th position for Rocket Simsport. I think this is the calm before the storm. We haven't seen... Okay, we've seen a couple of incidents. We've seen some declared as a racing incident, basically because it was as a result of a catastrophic domino effect.
Yeah.
But later on, when you have got an update to the championship standings, and then you see who are really gunning for that €1,000 top prize, the gloves, the MMA gloves will be on for this afternoon's final race. But your thoughts so far, Nico, because we're 8.5 minutes away from the checkered. Van der Velde's run away with it. We've had a lot of very, very close battles, and it has been very, very strategic. Everyone wants to get points on the board, don't they?
Well, it's been really, honestly, quite a clean race. We only had 2 real big incidents.
Yeah.
Overall speaking, there's a little bit of contact, a little bit of rubbing and racing all the time, but these guys, as the title says in the bottom left corner of the screen, it's the professional trophy for professionals, and these guys know what they're doing. So they know the limits of their car. They have practiced so much for this, and you can see them. Well, sleeveless shirts.
Yeah. Had the opportunity. Excuse me. Had the opportunity to chat to him last year at the professional trophy. Well, he's actually using his smartphone as the camera for the Zoom call. Hence the big black borders around it. So, but he's a good sport. He's very, very passionate, is George, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what I really love about sim racing, though. We have so many different approaches when you're actually racing, as well as we now have. Maybe Statsenko approaching.
Hang on a second. That's the yellow flag. I've just seen the following number show up. 55. Oh, that's Max Voitschner. Max Voitschner involved with a possible incident with Jeffrey Ritchie.
It should be fine, though. Like, they're still close together.
Yeah, but there was a yellow flag. Right. I know why. Sean Tempest has pitted. So, okay.
That will be it.
Between 121, that's Thomas Enger SimRacing's Jeffrey Ritchie, and the number 27, actually. That is of SDL Esports, Kevin Leon. Right, no further action, but Statsenko is closing in on Boothby. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th covered by 4 tenths. Now, Now, let's have a look at this replay. Now this is Sean Tempest. Straight on, and that won't buff out, I'm afraid.
That looks like pedals disconnected or something. That looked like he just didn't step on the... Basically, that the throttle just stayed completely activated there. It
could either be that the throttle's stuck wide open, Or also the fact that
or brake failure.
Well, it's a multitude of things. It could be disconnect, brake failure, steering, the direct drive has failed.
Yeah, I wouldn't say direct drive was failed because he still had, a bit of steering input there. But yeah, I think it was probably one of either the brake or the throttle failing. And let me tell you from first-hand experience, a brake failing, especially a load cell brake in a sim rig while you're in an official competition, the worst feeling ever. Okay, second to worst feeling. The worst is being basically in a real car crash because that is terrifying.
Oh, right. Boothby just went off.
He's struggling.
Boothby just went off, so that might mean the tyres might start to be struggling.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think out of everybody I know, he's got the most, out of any active sim racer, George Boothby has got the most visible tattoos because you can see them every time when he's on his street, but he made a bit of a mistake there, and that was coming through out of Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. He went what? He cut on the inside, so he might have to watch his track cuts now because we're coming down towards the final 4 minutes and 41 seconds until we hit the checkered. Tinko van der Velde is currently on lap 21, as are these three here. So Boothby has got to be very, very wise with how he plays the strategy. Because if he attacks, what he's got to do, Nico, is make sure he's got enough room to make the move. But then on the other side of the coin, he's got to make sure he does not provide a window of opportunity for ITB Racing's Mikhail Statsenko to get past if he makes a mistake.
Absolutely. And I think Josh Boothby is one of these guys, when you watch his streams and whenever he races, especially with that wonderful camera that he has there, you can see how concentrated he is all the time. There's no distractions, always straight laser focused, gaze ahead, always looking at the other cars. And I really think if he just holds back a little bit now, letting the tires maybe a little bit recover, and then pushing on the limit again for these last couple of minutes. It's basically 2 laps to go. 3 laps to go because Van der Velde is a bit further up ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a battle.
Well, Van der Velde at the moment is just coming out of Chapel Curve. And has been running quite well. He's been running about 4.5 tenths quicker on the previous lap in comparison with Amadeo Castorino. So that gap has expanded quite significantly over the last half an hour because these three have been inseparable. They really, really have, because Statsenko was closing on in. And this will be a solid points haul for the 696 ITB Racing Lamborghini, but Statsenko has 3 minutes. Now Van der Velde is making his way down through into Abbey. These drivers are now coming through out of Club Corner. There's Van der Velde, 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10, mid-mounted, rear-wheel drive, great weight distribution, great sensor of gravity, and can cope with ballast very, very well. And you know what the thing is, Van der Velde has done an absolutely admirable job despite being under the weather, despite having a big lack of sleep. He's here. He said, I'm ready to compete. I want to get this race done. Now we can hand it over to teammate Igor Rodriguez. But then again, we have qualifying and a second 45-minute race. So at this moment, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Van der Velde now coming out of Luffield. So once he crosses the line, it will be 2 laps to go. So Van der Velde crosses the line now. And there he is, picture in picture.
That's 1 lap and a couple of seconds just over the threshold.
Exactly.
So that's always the thing that you dread the most in a timed race. When is the leader starting the last lap and how much fuel do I have left?
Yeah, the thing is that Kevin Tadej has also incurred the wrath of the stewards again. He got a final warning for contact with the 858 of Michael Romagnoli. A little bit earlier on, that's the 858 Absolute Res Tech by Acelith. So now it is more the case that we will see whether these three. So now Boothby again. He's playing it rather cool here. He's playing it rather cool as Boothby. So we got a minute to go. Folks, it ain't over until the final checkered flag, and that will be later on today. Because at this moment, the number 5 car of Williams Esports Razor will take a lead. Oh, Statsenko makes a big old mistake there. That was not what he wanted in the 696 car. But Van der Velde has done an admirable job. Full maximum success ballast, and he has had 3 drivers in exactly the same machinery, Nico, that have been battling over what has been a GT3 chess stalemate for pretty much 30 to 35 minutes.
Just nothing to add. Like he's just been driving absolutely impeccable, and well, it's Tinko. For me, it's not really a surprise. I've raced him quite a long time, and honestly, back in 2021, when I won the first SRO Esports Bathurst 12 Hours, he was one of the guys that constantly kept me on my toes. And one of the other drivers that constantly kept me on my toes was Igor Rodriguez. So those two guys, you know, normally it's always, with 2 guys for a competition with the same track, maybe one is the weaker link where other teams can profit, but these 2 guys are just a power package.
Indeed, we're on the 24th and final lap of the first race for round 4 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy for 2023 as our race leader, who's led every single lap, taking pole position in time qualifying, and now makes his way through Adder Vale into club for what will be the final time. Then it's the run down the Hamilton Straight. It is going to be a pretty good way for Williams to start again, to showcase that they are, for the last 5 years, they have been a powerhouse in sim racing, winning multiple major competitions, one-off events. Van der Velde has done exactly the job that he's needed to do, and he'll hand it over to teammate from Brazil, Igor Rodriguez, who also participated for Team Brazil as part of the FIA Motorsport Games last year at Circuit Paul Ricard. But Van der Velde making his way through Aintree for the 24th and final time, the number 5 Audi R8 LMS. And as we've had a drama, Voitschner and Leon come together. That's a real shame for STL Esports. But now, after 24 laps of the home of British motor racing, race 1 of round 4, it goes the way of the number 5. It's Williams Esports Razor and the Flying Dutchman Tinko van der Velde that picks up the win, taking a maximum score of 40 points. And still, it comes down to the death. Congratulations to Team Racing Points, Amadeo Castorino, Veloce Esports George Boothby, and ITB Racing's Mikhail Statsenko round out the top 4. And a good showing by the likes of, well, I mean, obviously after that incident earlier on, Jeffrey Ritchie for Thomas Enger. Sim Racing takes 5th. Not too sure if that's going to be investigated post-race.
I think that will be. That was still like, that was essentially the same situation as earlier with the 44.
Yeah.
Not quite an overlap. Desperate move. Obviously, it's the last lap. If you're going to make a move, it has to be now. But quite unfortunate. And Leon dropped down to 10th. That must be absolutely gut-wrenching.
And considering the amount of effort that he'd done over the course of the race, and as we said, you know, you have the slightest touch on the back end of a GT4. It doesn't matter what drivetrain configuration it is, someone's going spinning. And we've seen that a couple of times. We saw that with Oscar Tringale for Glitch, and was running 8th at the time. And then we see the moment with Sean Tempest. I mean, and I've just been informed that the drama for Williams Esports number 55, Chill Blast, has just received a 15-second post-race time penalty for causing a collision, and that is with the number 27 of SDL Esports, Kevin Leon. So Max Voitschner is going to, that's going to drop him way back. That's going to drop him towards the bottom of the top 15.
Yeah, that's going to drop him, right, I think 14th?
Yeah, that's going to drop him to 14th. And 14th, That's
actually further.
that's 7 points. That they could scrub that as a non-score. They could scrub that as a non-score, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But you know what? Well, we did say that there is an on-site presence here. But you know what? I have to say, it's been a really, really good race. We've got race 2. The gloves are really going to be off later on, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you had a bad race here, I think, for example, Brabham, they're basically going to go in with the mentality, yeah, the only way is up. It literally cannot be worse than as it turned out this time. So, and the others at the same time, I think Igor will have a little bit of pressure. I was going to say before this race that Tinko has a bit of pressure because they already have their strike result as a DNF.
Yeah.
But Tinko, he's just standing here now confidently.
Yeah.
No bit of pressure
well,
visible at all.
You know what, folks? We do have some of the teams here. Let's hand it over to Luke on the stage with our race 1 winner from Williams Esports. It's Tinko van der Velde. Over to you, Luke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our race winner here, Tinko van der Velde. Congratulations, mate. Obviously, not the easiest race in the world, although you made it look like it was. You had the maximum ballast, so for anyone who doesn't understand that, there is success ballast in this championship, which means you have the maximum weight, meaning it hurts your tires, it hurts your top speed, yet you still come out on top.
Yeah, that's true. Still, the Audi is super fast car, so with the KG I was still able to have really fast pace. And yeah, 0 mistakes, just stay consistent was the key to winning basically. And also Castorino helped a bit with defending hard to George, made me able to gain a lot of time on them, so that worked out perfectly for me.
So at any point during the race, do you feel any pressure? In the first couple of laps, like you just said, it did take a couple of battling moments for the cars behind for you to be able to pull away, but was there any nerves in those positions?
Definitely the start, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. You can miss the timer to go on the throttle, or yeah, you can have half spins in the first few corners with colder tires and low pressures, so a lot of pressure as well from the cars behind, so it's easy to make mistakes. But luckily this time there was no mistakes and I was just clean, so that's good.
Well, we've got race 2 of round 4 later on today. Teammate Igor Rodriguez going into the car. Any tips for your teammate going into later on?
Have fun.
Right, let's have it up one more time then for your race winner, Tinko van der Velde. While we do that, let's head back over to Alex and Nico to wrap up.
Very much, Luke. Yeah, so folks, don't forget, race 2, the final round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy for 2023. We'll get things underway at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Coming up, we've got our next stage panel at 1 p.m. with a particular man who's been from Sim to DTM. We're going to have Tim Heineman, who is running in the DTM in the wonderful Porsche 911 GT3R that we actually see by KW. We've also got some great panels coming up with the FIA, iRacing, Motorsport UK, and the F1 Creator Series. So join us at 1 o'clock for our next panel here on day 2 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo for 2023, live at the Dortmund Messe. See you in a bit.
Das Leben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport BRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport BRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was
all
Mustangs. And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and race. A good start by
management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the 2023 ADAC SimRacing Expo. We're back here for a panel now to talk about from Sim to DTM, and I have two very special guests to talk this through. From Simulators and Realism, we have indeed Henning Paetz. How you doing, mate? You all good?
I'm fine, thank you.
And a slightly longer introduction, and this is going to be fun. 2014, 2015 SimRacing Expo champion, 2016 AMG Esports champion, two-time winner this season in the endurance calendar, being at Spa and at the Nürburgring. Also a lap record holder at Spa, but I think the biggest news would have been a DTM driver and now podium winner, Tim Heineman. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm all right, thanks.
A lot's happened since the last time we spoke. Lots of added things to the intro.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievable journey, right? First of all, coming from sim racing to real racing, but especially, finishing the first DTM weekend on the podium. Then we struggled a bit throughout the season in DTM. It's really competitive, so it's not easy, but for example, lap record in the 24-hour Spa was another positive step this season. So I'm getting into GT3 racing, getting more professional. So yeah, I'm really happy about my success.
Could only apologise for the very loud engine in the background there. Someone's being very selfish, and although it is a pretty nice sounding engine. Let's go from the beginning then. So your love of motorsport, where did it begin, and when did you decide, do you know what, I really want to do this?
So starting at 2008, I have to start. I was driving in go-karts, like most of young guys do. Oh, it's really loud, huh? But then I was struggling to fund my racing, so I was not able to succeed in go-karts just because I was lacking the money. You know, I'm coming from a normal plumber family, so this was the start of my sim racing career. In 2009 I started. Back then we were driving in...
Can we turn that down, please? Thank you.
Back then we were driving in GT Evolution, for example, Air Factor 1, so it was really before that hype in sim racing began. And yeah, then it was just driving to, just drive around with friends and have some fun, and it was not driving to aim to be a professional racing driver, it was just to have fun. And myself, I became more professional, but also sim racing became more professional. 2013, 14, especially in 14, the first ADAC SimRacing Expo at the Nürburgring was a big step for the whole community. Suddenly we had a big stage in front of, back then it was called Blancpain GT Series and not GT World Challenge. And all the real racing drivers and teams came over, had a look, and just wanted to see what we are doing. And then we had this big finale in the Nürburgring, which was like some kind of unofficial European Championship. And that was really the start where I was able to win, but where I realized, okay, this is growing, but also I can beat those real racing drivers. And this was then my goal, and this is what I've worked on. After that, I won a lot of other e-racing competitions, like you said, DTM Virtual Championship, AMG e-racing competition. But my main goal back then was always to step up into real racing, and this is what I did. I started to be an instructor at track days, and actually it's pretty funny because the first time I was an instructor at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, I never did a single lap on the real Nordschleife before. So I was just coaching people by what I knew from the simulator. So
did you tell anyone though?
No, for sure not. I told everyone I have like 100 laps experience because otherwise I wouldn't got the job. But in the end, I got the job and I was an official instructor. And then I was also driving the ring taxi on the Nordschleife, and I was earning money with it. And yeah, this is what I've done for 1 or 2 years. I saved all this money, and my first GT4 race I paid myself in the end. And this is what was the start of my real racing career. Of course, it was tough to, first of all, get the sponsors to support me, but also, you know, being one of the first sim racers stepping up into real racing, most of the teams are like, okay, yeah, go back to your PC gaming and you're not a professional real racing driver. And I really had to prove myself a lot. And this is why I am really happy to be now in the DTM, and also sometimes to show the middle finger to some haters from back then. So I think I proved the point for myself, but also for the whole community, and yeah, I'm really happy how my journey.
That's a lot of middle fingers in sim racing, because in the sim racing community, things weren't all positive back in the day. Yeah. People didn't like you beating them, that was for sure.
Yeah, for sure, but I understand it. I don't want to compare myself against like Senna or Schumacher, but all the time when you have people dominating in a championship, for example, Verstappen right now in Formula 1, people start to hate. And back then in sim racing, when I was really on my peak in like 15, 16, 17, 18, I was really strong. And I remember that sometimes I didn't even have to practice to go into like DTM Virtual Championship races. So I was really on a peak, on my highest level. And then of course it's normal that some people don't like you and some people hate you. But in the end, like I said to you before, I won my biggest championships in offline LAN events, like in the ADAC SimRacing Expo or at the DTM Finale. So in the end I'm happy with my journey, and I can understand that some people didn't like what I did back then, but in the end this made me who I am.
So let's talk a little bit more about you, Henning. What do you do, with your company, and when did the relationship between you and Tim start?
So I joined KHW in 2017, and I think we met the first time there. And my brand was Track Time before, and we made a cooperation with KHW to find a bigger market for our motion simulators. And so we started a friendship and a training together. I hope I got a little faster with him, and we delivered a hardware base for him for training. And the last year, this remotion came in the focus. So the Sim2 DTM's remotion, became quite famous this year. And my origin is making motion simulators for 15 years now. And I knew the time when I was in the basement and invited people to see what I built. I was a nerd 15 years ago, because people were playing on normal Xbox controllers. And nowadays it's common. It's a new standard. And I'm one of the pioneers, bringing direct drives from Silverstone to Germany, building aluminum rigs, making motion. That was my origin. And now we have a nice big family at KHW with Martin Ascher, with him, with Track Time.
So I met you for the first time when you did DTM Trophy. I was the commentator for that series, but it was for the first series, it was actually me at home, so I got to watch you from home win the first championship. Was that when it all really started to become serious for you?
No, it started before. My first GT4 race I did end of 2018 at the DTM Finale, when it was the last race for AMG in the DTM, or in the real DTM. And it was just a single race. But then for 2019, I competed in GT4 Germany, which was back then the biggest GT4 series. And honestly, this was the start of my professionalism. DTM Trophy 2020 just was the next step. In the normal GT4 series, it's normal that you share your car with another driver. And this is always what I didn't like. I like to be on my own. I like to do my own setup, just work with the team more close together. And in the winter from 2019 to 2020, this is when DTM opened the DTM Trophy, which was, I think, really successful. Unfortunately, only lasted for 3 seasons. But I really liked it, and I think myself as a driver, but also as a person, I grew a lot with it, and also I got a lot of attention from it. A lot of attention from like manufacturers and big teams, other teams, GT3 teams. So then, it was the next step, and it got boosted, but it all started in 2019.
In the first season, you won 10 out of 14 races. At the start of the season, did you believe you had that kind of dominance in you? Did you have any? Did you expect to be that quick?
No. In 2019 in GT4 Germany, we were struggling a lot. I remember I was able to be on pole position 2 times. We won 2 races, which was really good, especially for my first real GT4 season. And going into 2020, I was more looking for like podium finishes and maybe a race win. But I didn't think that I was a title contender. But then first race weekend, I got 2 second places already. And then I won 6 races in a row. And then I think by 100 or over 100 points, I won the championship. And to be honest, myself, I didn't expect. Also, the team did not expect this good performance, but also DTM Trophy did not expect I think
my job at the last 4 races was so boring.
Yeah, and I think you remember that's when they changed the regulations because of me, because I won too many races in a row, and since that season we had the handicap weights for the race win. So for 2021 then we had 25 kilos for the race winner and so on. So this was because of our good success. But in the end, it was a phenomenal season. I did not expect to be that good, to be honest, but of course I was super happy. Yeah.
And then, maybe not mentioned 2021, but 2022, you went back into DTM Trophy with a different team this time around, the longest team in the world of motorsport, if you remember. And again, a very, very strong season.
Yeah, but to be honest, we can mention 2021 because this shows that you, as a driver, you have to make decisions, right decisions. And for 2021, I took a wrong decision. I chose the wrong team in the end. The team has withdrawn from DTM Trophy in the middle of the season. But still, I learned a lot. First of all, about myself and about picking the right team. But also, I was a driver for the DTM Electric remote one in Red Bull Ring. I was also driving in GTC race, GT3 championship. So I learned a lot for 2022. And like you mentioned, I drove for Toyota Gazoo Racing Germany, powered by Ring Racing. And because it was my third season already in DTM Trophy, I knew what to expect. I knew how I can win this championship. And this is what we concentrated on. We started really strong in Lausitzring, and then we got a really bad BOP. But we knew what we can do, and I knew what I have to do to become champion. And in the end, this is what we did. We just had a really strong season, focused on ourselves, and had a hell of a year.
I could tell after the first rounds at the Lausitzring, the look in the team's eyes, they were like, we've got something special here. And I'm not trying to downplay any of the previous drivers or anything like that, but you could just tell the team were like, oh, we're really going to work hard this year. There's something special in the offering. Over the course of those years, how did your role change within the partnership? Did you notice any differences? More attention, obviously?
Yes, we saw him less in the company. No, not at all. It stayed the same, I would say, or?
I hope so. I mean, like you mentioned, when we met the first time, actually I was a trainee at KW. I started in 2016, ended my traineeship in 2019, I believe. And since then I'm a full-time employee. And I hope that I did not change over time.
No, you didn't.
For sure I'm less in the company. And I hope that also for next season I will be less in the company, because hopefully I will get a full-time factory seat. But in the end, I think our work, what we do all day long, what I do all day long right now, is the same.
Yeah. So no testing time with him. So when he's not in the company, we cannot test prototypes anymore, which is sad. But if he has success, it was the right route.
2023, so this is probably, well, it's not probably about it, it's definitely been your most successful year to date. I know, I've spent a lot of time with you, Tim, that your dream was to be in DTM. That's been the dream for a very long time, and a lot of people get their opportunity via a massive sponsorship, and obviously you've had massive help along the way, but you have genuinely saved money to drive in the championship you want to get involved in. But not only did you manage to get that dream, you got that drive, you managed to win the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring this year, the Spa 24, a lap record at the Spa 24 as well. Like, what emotions have you gone through this year? You must be on cloud 9.
Sometimes yes, in Spa, in Oschersleben for sure, but most of the time I'm really struggling with myself as well. I think it's normal as a driver that you question yourself. Am I good enough? Am I doing the right job? What can I do better? I think it's normal as a human being. For sure this season 2023 was really good. It started really strong in Oschersleben. And also I cannot complain because...
What happened at Oschersleben?
it was just really good. I don't know. In the end,
do you have trophies to show for it?
I have at home.
Exactly.
But also, I remember in Oschersleben, I was really pissed on Sunday because we could have won the race, and I was just a bit too careful against my teammate because he was coming out of the pit lane. He had cold tires. I didn't want to crash into him, so I was taking it really easy, and I didn't overtake him. In the end, I should have just completely sent it because then I would be a DTM race winner. But in the end, it was wrong decision. But still, 2 podiums for the first DTM weekend is not too bad, I think. But yeah, DTM is really, really difficult. It's like
it is the top GT Series grid in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like,
but also comparing to like 24-hour Spa, Nürburgring, you have the same drivers, but because the drivers share a car, it's a completely different approach. In DTM, it's your fault when you're not quick. And in all these endurance races, you can always blame someone different. You can blame the traffic or the setup or whatever. And in DTM, it's just you. And you have to push 100%. You have to do the setup on your own. You have to do everything. And this is what I was used to from DTM Trophy already. But in DTM, it's just the next step. You have more pressure from the manufacturer. You have more TV, more media. You have more meetings you have to go to. So it's just a lot you have to do, not only on the race weekend, but also apart from the race weekends, like all this weekend reports you have to write for the manufacturer and all this stuff. It's just a lot of time you have to invest. So this is what I did not expect before the season. I thought it's a bit easier, but I've been proven wrong. It's really hard, I can tell now. But yeah, like I said, for my first season, I think I do not have to hide myself. I can be really proud, and I think already planning for 2024, I'm looking forward for more to come.
So I don't know you too well behind closed doors, but in public, you're not the most emotional of guy. But there's 3 moments that I've noticed in your career. Your first ever podium DTM trophy. You're a mess. I think all the emotions came to a head there. Your second championship win, DTM trophy, specifically because that was a real hard fought one. And your first podium in DTM. Those are the 3 times where like your emotions took over, got the best of you, and you could just tell how much it meant to you. But what has been the lowest point of your career so far, and what has been the highest point of your career so far?
Highest point for sure, podium in DTM in Oschersleben. Lowest point, I don't know. For now, I didn't have any big crashes or whatever. For sure, it was really a low moment in 24-hour Nürburgring this season because I was the driver who did a mistake and I spun, and after that we had a tire failure and we lost the podium for the 24-hour Nürburgring. So in the end, it was just myself to blame. Was it a low moment or the lowest moment? I don't know, because every race weekend that is not going according to plan is a low point. But I just try to forget about it and concentrate on the next weekend already and look forward. So, like I said, I think I'm not the emotional guy, but like this first ever moments, like first ever DTM championship, and also last season, I knew that if I become DTM Trophy champion again, it will be a big step towards DTM for this season. So it was just a lot of pressure being released from my shoulders, and the same in Oschersleben, first podium, but also the same in Spa and Nürburgring. So just this like first ever moments released a lot of pressure, and now I'm just taking it easy, let's say. For sure, there's still a lot of pressure in DTM, a lot of pressure on myself because I want to be a factory driver. But I know what I can do. People know and have seen what I can do, so I don't have to hide. I'm just looking forward to what to come.
So I'll go to you, Henning. You spent a lot of time with Tim. Are we looking at a future DTM champion?
Excuse me?
Are we looking at a DTM future champion?
Yeah, we will. We will.
Simple as that?
Yeah, simple as that.
Simple as that. Well, we'll end it with what would be your biggest advice to any sim racers out there that are looking to get into the real world of racing?
It's difficult. This morning we had the autograph session already, took a lot of pictures, and a lot of guys came to me and asked, like, what do I have to do to become a real racing driver? And there's not a simple answer. Like you see in my journey, it's not like that I won a single competition and then I went to a DTM team and I said, hey, I'm here, I want to be a DTM driver. It was really a step-by-step journey. Step by step, I started in sim racing. I tried to improve. I tried to be the best one in the world. And I think back in those days, I was the best, at least in race room. So my mainly software that I used. And the next step was getting into real motorsports. But for me, it did not start in DTM or GT4. It started at track days and being an instructor. And next step was RCN, VLN. So driving small production cars on the Nordschleife. Next step was GT4. Next step was GT4 championships. And then step by step, I made it to DTM. So in the end, the biggest advice, and also when someone gave this advice to me, I did not like to hear, but it's just about believe in your dreams, stay focused and work on it, and try to be the best version of yourself.
Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. I wish you the very best for the future. A really cool chat there from Sim to DTM. We're going to take a very, very short break. We're going to be back very, very shortly, where we're going to be talking about Ascher Racing.
GridFinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Aschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs. And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed. And we're off and race. A good start by...
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. Our next panel is all about Ascher Racing and the new partnership with McLaren. I'm here with Marcel Ertl. Want to make sure I get your name right.
Almost.
Nearly there. If you could give a little explanation as to who you are, what you do.
Yeah, hi, I'm Marcel. I'm brand manager of Ascher Racing and Track Time, and yeah, we're going to present you the new Ascher Racing McLaren steering wheels. So that's why we're here.
That is what everyone wants to see, and I'm just going to leave it to you here. Some amazing equipment on show, but talk us through the materials, the realism, all the good stuff.
Yeah, so basically what we have here is the real Atura GT4 steering wheel. So as you can see, they are quite similar. They use the same diameter and the same materials, same pedal shifters, same buttons, same switches, pretty much all the same except for the back and the platine. So yeah. With these wheels, you get the chance to actually use genuine motorsport parts in your home sim racing rig with additional esports optimizing. So, yeah, it's a huge achievement for us and a huge achievement for sim racing in whole. So we're proud to be here and to present them to you. So, yeah.
How important for you as a company is it to have the realism of the wheels being the same as what you have in a real car?
Yeah, it was pretty important. I mean, we worked together with our partner Renwale from the UK, so they did all the electrics inside for the real wheel. But for us, it was important to get all the grips and like all the things you can feel the haptics correct. So that was what we were aiming for, and that's what we achieved. So yeah.
What's your favorite bit about the wheels? I love the dials. I love the way they feel. They feel really well built. What's your favorite bit?
Well, I don't know. It's a combination of things. You know, you get the wheel. It's heavy. It feels well built, and that's what it's all about. It's a man's dream coming true here, and yeah, I think most favorite thing for me still is the RGB backlit buttons, because you know, racing at night, especially in winter, and you see what you're touching, so it's pretty good.
That's always helpful. What does the future hold? This is a massive deal, having the likes of McLaren on board now, and replicating what they have in the real world. What's the next steps within the company?
Well, for now, we just recently released those two, so the McLaren Sport SC and the Pro SC. So just
Feel free to show it off. Feel free to show it off.
I mean, yeah, it's basically the Pro SC is the bigger version without the screen, so without the screen of the Ultimate, and has 4 thumb encoders, 2 12-position rotaries, and 2 7-way joysticks, as well as 14 RGB backlit buttons. And on the backside, we have double pedal shifters, now silenced ones, and clutch pedals. By the way, all of these are retrofittable, so you could change it to a single pedal shifter or remove the clutch. So, yeah, the future holds. The USB models sadly got delayed by Q2 24, so that's what we're currently looking for. And otherwise, we do still have other wheels in development, so there's new wheels to come, and it's going to be big things as well.
Nearly got an exclusive there. Nearly gave away information you can't give away. I love this one here specifically with a nice dial on it. Can you talk us through this wheel a little bit more?
Sure. Just need to make sure this one doesn't fall down because it doesn't have a QR.
I can put that in my pocket safely for you.
All right.
Okay. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, this is the ultimate. It's, for us, the ultimate wheel that exists on the market. So it's basically a Pro with all the inputs of the Pro, but with a 4-inch dash inside of it. And yeah, it's got the same functionality. So double pedal shifters in the back, clutch pedals. And in front, we do have, as said, the 4-inch LED screen with LEDs around it for shift lights. And same encoders, switches, and buttons. What's really cool about this is the price point. So we actually paid attention to doing a fair pricing. So this one is set at 1.5K, which is a huge deal on one of those with a screen, right? If you look into the market. So yeah, that's basically the core piece, except for the real wheel, which is obviously, yeah, it's the base to them all.
The creme de la creme. Yeah, love to see it. So where can you buy these, or where can you purchase these wheels from?
Yeah, so you can buy those on our website. So Pro SC and Sport SC are now available for pre-sale. We'll ship mid-November, and all those other wheels will be available on our website too by Q2 24, and also at our resellers. So that's basically where you can get them.
And where exactly can people at home and people here at the Expo find out more information about these products?
You can find us over there at Ascher Racing booth, D2, D3. There's also a huge From Sim to DTM show truck, so if you want to visit Tim Heineman, go there. And yeah, we're here all day. We're waiting for you, waiting to give more information. And yeah, really excited to be here because the event is awesome this year.
Awesome stuff. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. So hopefully you enjoyed that at home, and well, we've got some awesome new equipment out there on the market. We're going to have a very, very short break, but when we're back, we're going to be talking about the FIA partnerships with UK Motorsport and iRacing and the F4 Esports Championship.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rappelt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was almost Mustang. And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from, and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. Had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So. They just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site, and rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. Our next panel is to discuss all about the FIA and iRacing partnership and also about the UK FIA F4 Esports Championship. I can't do this on my own. I've got three very special guests. So the FIA Esports Project Officer, we've got Eric Stranner from iRacing, the Director of Racing Operations, Greg West, and UK Motorsport Esports Manager, Paul Crawford. First of all, I guess the first thing would be to do is introduce yourselves and let us know what you do.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Like I said, my name is Eric Stranner. I work as the project officer at the FIA for esports. Been there for the last 3.5 years, and basically I work on the sporting side, so all of the day-to-day activities that it comes to esports at the FIA, so FIA Motorsport Games, Olympic Esports Series, partnership with iRacing, working with all of our member clubs, like Paul, for example. That's basically my day-to-day activity.
And my mic's, it is on. Hi, hey everybody. My name is Greg West. I'm a Director of Racing Operations at iRacing. It's a really broad title because we do a little bit of everything. Everybody at iRacing does. But I oversee our just day-to-day racing, looking at our feedback from the community, everything from that to helping develop cars, working with physics, working with the graphics folks, all of development. So a little bit of everything. It's kind of the dream job.
Hello everyone. So I'm Paul Crawford, Esports Manager at Motorsport UK. So I started there in January last year, and at that point Motorsport UK did nothing within esports, and since then we've tried to bring esports and sim racing into Motorsport UK and treat it like any other motorsport discipline. So anything to do with esports with the Motorsport UK has come from me and with the team that I work with, and like Greg said, it's kind of a dream job for myself as well because I've always raced in sim racing.
I guess the best place to start then is from the beginning. What is an ASN and how can sim racers get involved?
So basically an ASN is our version of a national sporting federation that we have. We have 147 in 147 different countries around the world. So for example, Motorsport UK, we have the DMSB here in Germany, Acci Sport in Italy, for example. So they're all tasked with organizing, running, sanctioning their own motorsport activities on a national level. And many of these already run esports competitions. Like I said, it's part of my job to kind of try and help them to develop and see what we can do to help them develop their own esports activities. But like I said, a lot of them already have esports ongoing. So we have a partnership with iRacing, which we'll get to in just a second, to help drive that. I mean, we have on fi.com/members, there's a list of all these single ASNs around the world where you can get a link to each and everyone and see what they're doing if they're active within esports.
Perfect. Well, how did the collaboration between the three of you begin?
So basically, about 3 years ago, I think it was, we had a bit of a request internally to what can we do with the Formula 4 brand? So Formula 4 is something that we run, we own that IP, and we wanted the single-seater commission that we have at the FIA. We're curious to see what can we do to get more visibility for Formula 4. So the request came through to myself and saying, what can we do with sim racing? That would be quite cool to do something. So we started talking with Greg in iRacing to see what we could do, because really the purpose was to get more people to see the Formula 4 brand, and also how to show that we could also be doing something within sim racing. So it was a brand visibility kind of initiative from the very beginning, and then it took off from there, to say so.
Nice. So Greg, how is iRacing specifically helping ASN growth?
Well, the big thing with iRacing and this partnership with the F4 was to develop a program that could be used worldwide with as few barriers as possible. With branding, that's very difficult. So it started with the actual building of the F4 car. You notice there is not a brand on it. F4 around the world uses a variety of different chassis and different engine combinations, and it was important to us and the FIA to make sure that it was as inclusive of a program as possible. And for that reason, we've combined a chassis, which is a laser scan chassis, with a different engine builder, and so we represent F4 on a global scale to the rules, but we're not tied to a single brand, and that brings the barrier to entry from partners getting involved to the lowest level possible. Regarding how we're working with the FIA to grow the community and to give more opportunity to get involved, working with Eric, we've developed a program that is scalable across over 140 ASNs, where we're giving each ASN 2,000 free membership codes. We're giving 1 year of iRacing for new members, 2,000 codes for that, and that includes the F4 to over 140 ASNs. That's a commitment of over $38 million with nothing but a handshake between us and the FIA. Our goal for 2024 and beyond is to grow the communities, grow the regions. That's why we all got involved in racing in the first place, is because we maybe don't have the ability to go out and afford a race car itself, but we can grow the community from a grassroots level, and that was iRacing's goal, which we found out was the same goal with for the FIA with the F4 program. And once we realized that we had the same goal, we started working together on it, and now we have this.
Nice one. So to you, Paul, how did you manage to leverage the partnership with iRacing and the FIA?
Yeah, so the partnership started with conversations with Greg before the FIA partnership came along. We run the British F4 Championship in the real world in the UK, and it was kind of a natural process to talk to iRacing with the IR04 car as it was back then, and a number of UK circuits on the platform, as well as Alton Park being one of the free or included circuits with the membership. So we started discussions and decided that we could do a official British F4 Esports Championship, and like Eric said, that the F4 brand is licensed by the FIA, so we then had discussions with Eric to make it all official and licensed correctly. And then really we invited the best teams from around the world. We're not just open to UK drivers, and we created a really good package at the end of last year. We're currently in season 2 now, but really where we've gone from there is we've started to develop a feeder series for the F4 Championship, because we don't just want to be seen as elitist and only after professional racing drivers or sim racing drivers. So we implemented, using the FF1600 car, a support series or feeder series into F4, where if you're not involved with a professional esports team, you can come and race in the championship, and if you win or in the top 2 of that championship, you get a free entry into the British F4 Esports Championship the following year. And then of course with the amazing offer that iRacing worked out with the FIA to give away free 12-month memberships to new members of iRacing, we've obviously now incorporated that into us. So if you visit our website, you can get access to that. And again, that includes the F4 car, so you can get straight in it, start racing on the UK circuits that's involved or included in the membership. So it's been really quick and really great.
Yeah, that's what I like about the iRacing series specifically, is because consistent drivers get rewarded. They get to stay in championships, but also there's a contender series for the big series, and it gives anyone an opportunity to get involved. But talking about the future, what does the future hold for this partnership?
Well, we've been growing this program little by little. Things take time, and we understand that. So we started off just by having the regular fixed setup racing F4 series open setups, and of course that's incredibly popular. And once we incorporated the FIA branding and officially unveiled it as the F4 car, it exploded. I mean, I never thought I'd see the day that Skippies were having trouble getting entries, because everybody's driving the F4 car these days. This season, starting in September, we kicked off a unique project with the FIA, with the FIA Esports Regional Tours. So what we have is 4 different series that are representing 4 different areas around the world, running circuits that are regionally specific, or that make sense for those reasons. For instance, Asia Pacific spends a lot of time in Australia and in Japan. The Americas covers all the Americas, and we've divided Europe. We have Northern Europe and Southern Europe. Not only do the series run tracks that are specific to that region, we've also put times. So it's running in prime time on Wednesdays and Thursday nights. You can race in a regional race with people around you. It's almost like club racing at the FIA level. And this is just a taste. We want to grow this more. As we grow, and Eric can speak more to this, but our goal is to grow each ASN into having a national level championship. And now and this is over multiple years, but if we get more ASNs involved in having these national level championships, that organically grows into the regional level championships, and so on and so forth. And now we have an ecosystem that may mirror that of the open wheel circuits, like F4 goes into F3, goes into F2, goes into F1, right? Unless you're Red Bull and you just pick from wherever. But we would like to grow something like that, an organic ladder. But the first thing you have to do to build a community is you got to have people, and that's why we're giving away all these free memberships through the ASN. And Eric can speak more to that.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that's kind of our goal as well, because as part of our new presidential delegation and new presidential team, we want to double motorsport participation, not just traditional motorsport with real race cars, through esports as well, through sim racing, because we see that as an actual form of motorsport. So doing this with Greg and with iRacing and with all the single clubs that we have, I think we have 6 national Formula 4 esports championships ongoing now, plus another 4 or 5 that are being developed. I mean, that's kind of what we want to do, is we want to see how we can get more people involved in motorsport, and through my side, that's doing it through sim racing. On top of that, what we want to do is, as a governing body, as a sporting institution, currently we don't really have an easy way to sanction any esports events. We don't have a regulatory framework to actually go in and have stewards and have officials. That's hopefully changing very, very soon during the course of next year, so that we can start having actual FIA-sanctioned esports competitions. So that's going to be a big game changer, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get you involved here. Paul, how did your role begin within the Motorsport UK and the esports, and how is it growing?
Yeah, so I came in because our CEO, Hugh, and the chairman, David Richards, are actually big fans of esports generally. They're aware that it's important for the future, and Motorsport UK weren't doing anything with esports or sim racing at all. I think they did a couple of events in lockdown, like a lot of people, and they want to develop it as a credible, lower barrier to entry form of motorsport. So we are treating it in that sense. We're setting up an esports committee with loads of different people from around the industry to come and talk about the big issues and problems and ways that we can move it forward, and really to bring credibility to the sport. Everybody here loves sim racing, but we want it to be on the same level as other sports and championships. So with the British F4 Esports Championship, it is a fully sanctioned British championship. So that means that the winner of the championship goes to the Night of Champions, where all of the British champions from all of the different disciplines of motorsport go and pick up their British Championship trophy. So to put it on the same level as the other motorsports is really something that we're trying to do, and working with the FIA and obviously the support of iRacing and helping us with the product. It's developed really quickly. From January last year we did nothing, and now we obviously are in second season of a sanctioned British Championship with a support series, feeder series, which we want to develop further and go further down and look at younger age groups, which comes with other constraints. So it's growing rapidly, and we just want to keep it growing and set standards. So like Eric was saying, we want to help the other ASNs around the world with what they're doing, because we're aware that we're quite developed in the space, certainly compared to other countries. So through the Esports Commission that the FIA have, we really want to grow the sport.
And what's really cool about what Motorsport UK has done is they didn't try to do too much too soon. They leveraged the partnership in, I think, a really strategic way. And that's something that the ASNs that are growing, that they're starting brand new champions. We have great discussions with, for instance, the Bahamas. We've been having conversations the last 2 days. They're interested in growing something from nothing. And we've been talking about best practices, whether it's getting hardware in the hands of the participants, or what is the strategy to grow a sustainable championship. I'm like, well, we're giving you a bunch of free memberships. We're giving you a car for free. And there's 22 free tracks on iRacing. The worst thing you can do is then start a championship with 10 paid tracks. Run it on free tracks. Run free car, free tracks. You'll get people to participate. And Paul in Motorsport UK heeded that advice. And next thing you know, they go from having a single championship to so much interest that they have multiple championships running, a feeder series, a healthy pro series, and that is how you grow it. Start off simple, start off easy, focus on the broadcast and putting on a heck of a show, and grow from there. And that's reinvesting in your own brand, and that's how you're going to grow the community.
Yeah, I was going to say the next step, obviously you're giving away free memberships and the car, and then making it so it's accessible for everybody. How can you continue to support those communities to keep the longevity?
Well, I think the biggest thing they can do is it's communication, and it's events like this. The biggest thing these ASNs can do is, first off, communicate with Eric. Eric's point person on all of this, and he has a load of experience and connections to help with a variety of things. A lot of these startup ASNs don't know the resources that are available to them, whether it's connecting with broadcasters like RaceSpot or the best way to manage a league. We have a lot of ASNs that have reached out that have never even started a league. They don't know. They have the want to, they have the staff in place, but they don't know where square one is. The most important thing we can do is foster an environment that we help get people on track making race car noises. If people are happy when they're on track making race car noises, and if the more people that are happy, the more people that are going to participate, the more people that participate, these are going to organically grow. And that's what you want. You can't force it. It's got to happen organically.
Yeah, and also on top of that, I think, I mean, what we want to do is, like I said, we want to help nurture the community. I mean, the three of us are all sim racers. Me and Paul used to race together online 10 years ago. So, I mean, we've known each other for a long time. Well, we tried to race. I mean, we did our best.
Hey, racing for 10th is still a race.
If only it was 10th. No, but so we're all sim racers. We want to help sim racing grow. And so, for example, I mean, we have a really cool project going on in Brazil in just a couple of weeks, which will be a regional competition for all of Brazil on iRacing using the Formula 4 car, where, again, we help the Brazilian Federation because we're not really sure where to start. So let's get in touch with them. Let's get in touch with someone like RaceSpot through Greg. What can we do in terms of putting on an event? So before the Brazilian Grand Prix, we're going to have a regional competition on the Thursday in Sao Paulo.
Obviously, you know, spearheading UK esports in the motorsport industry. Have you got any advice to any of the other ASNs and how they can enhance their growth?
Yeah, I think we kind of touched on it before, but it's the product and everything you need to get started is already there, and it's pretty inexpensive to get started. You know, it's really simple to set up a race on iRacing. You know, you just move some sliders and you set it off going. Like we said, once you've got a membership, there's plenty of content included within that, so lots of people can get involved. And it's just like Greg was saying earlier, it's like just start, and then you'll learn as you go. Don't try and set something up so it's perfect and amazing and massive to start with, because you don't know. You know what, if you're not doing something already, you don't know what everybody's interested in your area. So just start going with the products and the services that are out there. Use Eric, use Greg. You know, like we said, Greg will put you in contact with the right people in terms of broadcasting, and you know, there's lots of tools to manage events and championships that are very inexpensive. Your Discords and things like that, they're free to use, and you can just get started and grow, because people will be interested. There's people all around the world who do sim racing, and there's certainly a lot of people who want to be racing drivers who can't necessarily afford to do it in the real world, and this is the next best thing.
Keep it simple. He absolutely hit the nail on the head. Keep it simple. You will, if you keep it simple early, it will grow, and you'll have the opportunity to do a lot more.
Yeah, so 5 years' time, we're all sat in the same seats. What do you expect, and where do you expect to be with this partnership?
Ooh, you take that one, buddy.
Oh, thanks for that. No, I mean, in 5 years' time, I think a lot can happen. I think we have a ton of potential of what we can do. I mean, again, as a sanctioning body, a global sanctioning body, I think we can do a lot when it comes to helping structure an industry right now, which, especially on the sporting side, is quite diluted and quite a little bit everywhere, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, I hope that our end goal, it's no secret, we want to have an Sim Racing World Championship, FIA Sim Racing World Championship. That's the end target. So, hopefully within a couple of years, once we have the structure, once we have federations like Paul, once we have all of you guys racing with your respective federations, that's when we get in touch and we can actually start, developing things on a proper level.
Well, last question. I'm going to go to you. Oh, everyone wants to know, when's rain coming?
Soon.
And I've got a more important question for you. When's Sugo coming? I want Sugo.
Not as soon.
Oh, no.
Rain is hard. Rain has been a very interesting experience. We've learned a lot about our own systems developing Rain. Rain is incredibly difficult if you're going to do it right. I think sim racers are going to be very surprised when they try Rain on iRacing for the first time. I also think sim racers are going to be very frustrated because sim racers have learned how to drive in fake rain, not real rain. Real race car drivers know how to go out there and offline braking, staying away from the rubbered in areas that are greasy, stay off the paint. Trust me, learn that one the hard way. We've worked a lot recently. We just updated our off-track surfaces because our off-track surfaces are interacting with the water content. So if it was as slick as it was, you were never going to stop if you went off the track. There's a lot of what I call not sexy work that has to go in to making this system work as well as it does. But luckily, we've had the infrastructure in place for a long time to make it work really well. One of the great things about using laser scan tracks from the beginning is we already know where all the puddles are in the real world. They're already there. As long as gravity works, you know where the puddles are. That's going to make it a really interesting driver training tool as well, because you're going to have the opportunity to go to some of these tracks and see what it's really like to race in the rain. Is it going to be perfect out of the box? Absolutely not. We don't expect that. Anybody that expects this to be a perfection embodied in a sim on day one, we need to tamp those hopes down a little bit. But I strongly believe we're going to be introducing with our first pass industry-leading rain driving. And like I said, it's going to be frustrating to some people because you're going to have to learn how to do it as they do in the real world. But this is just rain 1.0. Just like everything else in iRacing, it will continue to evolve. We're going to continue to get better. I mean, that's one of the great things about working in this industry and working with iRacing specifically. You know, our founder, Dave Kemmer, he released the IndyCar racing title in 1989, and we were talking the other day, he's like, I still enjoy making cool stuff. He may not have said stuff. But the people that are developing this product, really, they believe in it. There's a lot of heart, there's a lot of blood that goes into it, and it's a really special thing to be involved in, and you're going to see it with rain and a bunch of other cool stuff to come very soon.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time here. It's been a really cool panel to be the host of. We're going to be back very, very shortly where we're going to be talking about the F1 Creator Series. So yeah, we'll see you very, very shortly.
Gridfinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs. And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dor Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC, Digital, GT, 500, now Bill Speed. And we're off and racing. Good start by...
sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da in rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang. And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
home of sim racing.
Hello, welcome to the SimRacing Expo and welcome to the F1 Content Creators panel. I am joined by Tom, Vince, Ben, and George, all content creators from the F1 Content Creator Series. As you can probably tell, about 2 hours ago I couldn't even speak. I basically lost my voice, but luckily I'm joined by content creators, so they're going to do most of the heavy lifting. So to start off, for those who don't know, Ben, what the hell is the F1 Content Creator Series?
F1 Creator Series is a series where we join together in a league racing scenario. It's half serious, half sweaty. Depends on who you are, I guess.
How sweaty are you on a scale of like dry to wet?
I don't know.
It's a swimming pool.
I vary, to be honest. I started off super casual, and now it's just got the level is raised every race, every season.
I've seen you two especially grinding this series.
Yeah, he's my nemesis. Ben is my nemesis.
I hate you.
Yeah, same.
So, Ben, tell us how it started, right? It was the brainchild of a few content creators who have got together, and we're going to talk about what it's become. But tell us the origin story.
I'm actually not well poised to answer that. I think maybe Tom. I joined pretty late, if I'm honest.
He has done more races than me in it, but I mean, as all sim racing series start, it starts as just some friends together. We were literally just doing some fun races on the F1 game, and all of a sudden we got some more content creators involved. It was not even called the Creator Series as it's called today. It was actually called the Choco League. Dirk Chocolate, who's not here right now.
It's very sad that he is not.
Yes, but he still races, so that's nice.
When he wants to. Yeah. When he can be bothered.
And yeah, it grew out to something huge. I mean, we have like when we go live for the Creator Series, we have like thousands of people watching us race each other and get mad at each other, or sometimes love each other. But yeah, it's grown massively, and I mean, actually, I mean, all of us here together, we didn't even talk too much to each other, and now we're like besties.
So it's kind of a novel concept, okay? So there's a lot of sim racing leagues that exist, and they're fairly well viewed. If you look at the likes of WOR and PSGL, they get a really decent viewership. But the difference, I think, with this series is that you can truly get behind the lens, if you like, on the people that you're watching race. Okay, it's kind of like the sim racing version of Drive to Survive. Right? So what Drive to Survive has done for F1, I believe, you know, to make smaller scales at the moment, the F1, so the Content Creator Series has kind of done the same thing for league racing, because people can watch your races and they can understand the stories. And perhaps sim racing in the past has suffered a little bit in that it's difficult to follow the stories of the individuals racing. You don't really know who they are, and so there's no real emotional attachment when you're watching one car overtake another. Whereas with you guys, people watch you guys stream. So they feel like they know you, they understand you, they know what your tics are, they know what you're good at, what you're bad at. And so when they watch the F1 Content Creator Series, they're really watching a story. And Tom, I'm going to put it to you, that I would say that you have elevated sim racing leagues and sim racing broadcasts from streams into entertainment.
Oh, definitely. I mean, every time we go live, I mean, we do our own shows, you know, our own streams. And they always ask us, oh, when is the Creator Series going live again? You know, when are you guys taking each other on again? And normally, like, a season takes around 16 races, 16 weeks, every single week. We have like a race on the Saturday evening. And yeah, it's really cool to see how the story unfolds. Like, we started this season that just finished, actually, at the launch of the F1 game about a few months ago. And it only finished last week. Yeah, exactly. And the championship...
No spoilers.
No, exactly. I mean, I will say I was very good in that season. I was one of the best driver, if not the best.
A little too good, if you ask me.
But yeah, it's really cool. And Ben, for example, even did an analysis stream. So he did 4 hours after in one go. He did analyzing his season, 16 races in a row, and each race takes about 1.5 hours. Where we do a full Formula 1 Grand Prix, so say like 72 laps after one another. It's very sweaty. Even if you're not pushing, you can imagine you get very, very tired.
It's kind of interesting because it definitely seems to bridge the gap between kind of esports streaming and entertainment. And I feel like maybe that's kind of where it started. But you're all competitive, right? It's kind of ended up being quite a competitive series, and just the nature of the fact that you're streamers and you all race so much, it's to a really high quality. You were claiming before that you're like, half a second off the esports drivers. So it's kind of like the F1 esports series, except you kind of perhaps know the drivers slightly better.
And, which is really fun, imagine team radios, like in Formula 1, but then the other driver can hear you. So we are all in a radio call with each other. And let's say if we crash each other out, we're like, hey man, what are you doing, dude? And everybody, gets along, but also sometimes does not necessarily get along.
Yeah, the voice chat is chaos. I've watched quite a lot of things, and the voice chat that comes across all of the streams at once is absolute chaos. So GB, right, from your perspective, how has this affected you as a streamer? How has it affected your channel, and how have your viewers reacted to you being a part of it?
Really well. I think it's. We touched on it earlier, but we started this knowing that obviously esports has got its own side. It's very sweaty. It's athletes at the top of their level, and then we didn't really have anything where it was kind of bridging that gap of bringing that fun side as well, and wanting to kind of bring that friendship element to it. So especially my community and my side, I've really enjoyed kind of me being in a competitive racing space, but also with these guys and in the VC and kind of, getting vocal with each other, both good and bad in races. So,
and have you seen kind of like a cross-pollination between communities? Like when people are watching, let's say somebody from Ben's community is watching and you happen to be on your own, whether that's out the front or out the back, wherever that might be. Do people then, are you finding that people are jumping across to watch the other streams from the other creators?
Absolutely.
Almost like you would on Sky when you can flick through.
Yeah, so, and it even goes up a level, because it's not just coming across different channels, but then you see little spies in chats of like telling each other people's batteries and tires and Ben's got this much battery left. And
I'm very guilty of this. So I will actively ask my viewers to go and spy on Tom's stream, GB's stream, tell me their battery level, tell me their tire wear, where are they on track, what tires are they on. Like it's really in depth, and we're also like intertwined, and it's the highlight of the week for all of us, and we just absolutely love it. It's pure content.
Yeah, like Vince, it looks like a lot of fun, right? This series does look a lot. Although there's a couple of like sweaty guys in there as well. It does look like a lot of fun. I'm part of your Discord group, and I see the paddock that you have, and you'll be on there chatting for hours and hours and hours after the race. Has it kind of allowed you to kind of get an insight into how other streamers work and share stories with streamers? Do you think it's elevated your game?
Absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of networking has come from doing creative series as well. A lot of discoverability for streamers as well. We have people come in from lesser viewers and stuff. They come in as reserve. It gives them some exposure. So you actually learn a lot from the higher viewered guys, but you also actually learn a lot from the lesser guys. Maybe you can get an idea from them that you can share, or they can share with you. I think it's just a fantastic place to be able to network with everyone. And it's a lot of fun. I think it's a really good way of actually bridging the gap to real F1 as well, in a sense. I've actually had quite a few people come into my stream, or I'm sure the other guys have seen it as well, but people have said they actually got more into F1 because of the creator series. They saw that people were having fun, but also taking it in a semi-serious way. So, a lot of people actually started watching F1 purely because of the creator series, to be honest with you. And like you said earlier, it's also bridging the gap to esports as well. It's that middle point between the serious stuff and also the casual stuff. So, I think it's just got a really good balance to it, and it's a lot of fun to be able to partake in weekly.
Yeah, so you're saying that you're learning a lot from the other streamers and you're sharing tips. So there'll be a lot of people here who are perhaps considering streaming, or have started streamers, or maybe they're very experienced streamers in the audience or watching online. Pick one or two things that you think you've learned from this series which has elevated your streamer game.
Consistency on the track is the main thing. I think when you get to a 100% race, you come at the end of it and you feel very tired. You're like, oh, that took a lot out of me. So I think practicing is obviously the main thing as well. You don't need to practice a lot for something like this certain thing, but I think most of us will jump onto the rig like, an hour before, maybe 2 hours before, do a little bit of practice, and head straight in. So I think practicing, being consistent, are the two main things that you really need in a big race like that.
That's really interesting, because I was expecting you to talk about the qualities of a streamer and the entertainment and perhaps the engagement. But actually, it's really interesting that in sim racing, because it's longer form, especially when you're doing a 100% race, you crash out in corner one, people aren't going to be watching you tagging around 30 seconds behind everyone else for a full hour and a half. So actually, it's one of those games where you have to be pretty good at it if you want to retain an audience. Does that in itself put more pressure on you to get good?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's watching everyone. At the end of the day, everyone's watching everyone stream, right? So, the publicity comes from doing well, essentially. Which, that's when it gets a bit serious and a bit sweaty and a little bit of words are exchanged and stuff. But, at the end of the day, it's all fun, it's all games, and we're there to have a good time. We're there to race against each other, make content out of it. That's the main thing. Yeah. And increase exposure and help everyone out, basically.
I actually want to add to what Vin said earlier. Of course, trying to bridge the gaps between real racing and sim racing. What is really cool about the Creator Series is that we have our own silly season,
right.
like in real Formula One.
Yeah.
We're all driving for different F1 teams. Some of us are actually affiliated with F1 teams, like GB, for example, with Aston Martin. Me with Alpine Esports. But it's really cool because we have the silly season before the season starts. It was actually, it's over now. And there's always some crazy moves between drivers. One of them was right here.
Hello.
The runner-up in the championship going from McLaren to Ferrari. So let's see if that's going to be an improvement.
Let me cook these strategies. I'm going to make Ferrari great again.
So, Ben, talking of strategies then, you've done 4 hours of analysis of the Creator Series, right? So you know better than anyone else what is working in it, what isn't working, what people are enjoying, what people aren't enjoying. So looking ahead to the next season, how are you going to keep it entertaining, right? Because entertainment is all about, refreshed ideas, newness. What are you going to do differently next time to keep this fresh?
Something we really tried recently was Mystery Grand Prix, where we personally didn't know the race that we were going to heading into the session. And so that made it really unpredictable. No one could really guess the strategy or curate a setup that was going to be really dialed in for that circuit. And so it was a great leveler, I'd say, for all of us. But, we've been constantly striving to try new formats. We do the odd sprint race here and there. It's a reverse grid championship. And it's only about 10, 12 laps, but it's absolutely carnage. So things like that are really good. We do intermediate championship where we stick on inters on the dry, and it's good fun. So I think going down the route of the odd format change here or there, but also just racing closely and trying to do the best you can and watching everyone grow and everyone get better. The level keeps stepping up. That in itself is where the uniqueness comes, and the racing quality just gets better and better.
What he was talking about, the intermediate championship, every Q1, so we do Q1, 2, and 3, and we drive on the intermediate tire that's supposed to be driven on the rain. All of us for 1 lap at the start of Q1, and whoever gets the fastest lap in Q1 on the intermediates gets a point in the championship. So
we should do the opposite in wet conditions. Go on soft tires for a lap.
Yeah.
We'll do a soft championship as well.
No.
So GB, it sounds like the real success in this is the fact that although maybe you're actually presenting this as not taking this too seriously. It's almost like putting the fun back in sim racing, because I think a lot of sim racing, a lot of sim racing leagues, a lot of sim racing series, and perhaps even some sim racing streamers would admit that perhaps they're guilty of being a little bit too serious, right? So is this kind of, for you personally, is this like an outlet to get creative more so than you can elsewhere, because you know the numbers are going to be buoyed by the fact that it's the content creator series and you're sharing viewership and you're sharing in the success of the format?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to touch on this as well, that it's almost a different mentality when you're racing, because as these guys said, you're doing a full 100% race, yes. We know that everyone is a similar pace as well, yes. But you're also, when you're racing, you're having a mind on how am I interacting with my chat? How can I, interact in the VC? So it's, when esports drivers or competitive league racers are driving, they're just fully focused on the race. Whereas obviously we're kind of also thinking, oh, well, how can I annoy that person? Or how can I make some interaction off this? So it's definitely a different mindset. And I think personally, I've learned quite a few different skills from previous style of content. So it's been really useful.
It's interesting to me to watch how tribal it is, and you can see in your individual streams how you're jeering on like your own viewers to kind of back you. Now, the interesting thing about this series is that you also have, as well as having your individual streams, you also have a properly broadcast stream with commentators like George Morgan, right? So you kind of have this choice as a viewer of where you want to watch it from. Do you want to watch the broadcasted version, or do you want to watch the individual? So to flip this then, to perhaps explore a challenge, this seems to be one of the most innovative, creative sim racing series that I've seen. However, it's also the most divided in terms of the audiences because there's so many different places to watch it from. So, Tom, what do you think? Do you think that is an issue? And if so, how can you overcome it? Or is it an issue at all?
There's always going to be, obviously, when you're racing, it's always competitive, right? We're all friends with each other behind the scenes, and as a viewer, you're part of a story, you're part of an adventure, trying to see if you can beat all the other content creators that are obviously also very fast. So there's always going to be a little bit of friction between each other. But I mean, between each other, it's just a quick fist bump, maybe. If we have a big crash, it will be a bit of a more firm fist bump, But there's never any bad intent between each other. But yeah, obviously, as a viewer, it might seem like that because when we're in the moment, we're going to be angry. Like, what are you doing?
Well, the rivalries are more personal, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can be, but like Tom said, in the heat of the moment, it can seem very like there's a lot of friction. But what the viewers don't see is after the race, we all chill out in Discord and VC and we play poker or games or whatever after, and we're all just chilling and being mates. So it's never as bad as what people think it is.
I find that it's more the viewers themselves that might be on one of our side that are more passionate than we are, whereas we're just like, oh yeah, no problem, don't worry about it, whereas the viewers are kind of going at it in the chat. So
and what's funny, Ben and me were in a championship fight last season, and for the championship finale, the one that decided it all, we were practicing together, just a few hours before the night before, we were practicing together. We were like, oh, what setup are you running? Oh yeah. And sometimes we were a little bit secretive.
Max wing.
Yeah,
Max
exactly.
wing angle,
but we know from each other that we're not that dumb.
Definitely a full stopper, I reckon.
But it's all fun and games in the end. But it's really cool to see how people get invested in the whole season and also in each race, because it is really an adventure every single time we go live for the Creator Series.
So that's great. Okay, great that you all get on, collaborative. Love that. Let's stoke up some controversy, right? Vince, what's been the biggest drama this season, and whose fault was it?
Usually it's always Ben's fault.
Agree.
I'd say one of the biggest drama. That's a good question, actually. I don't actually know. I can't think of the top of my head we've had a big drama.
I know, I came together with you one time and you were like, no, what are you doing, Tom?
When was that?
I went 3 wide at Monza at Ascari. On the entry of Ascari, I went on the inside of 2 drivers and you were one of them.
Was I on the wrong end?
I think so.
I'll say that one then.
I think personally, I feel like the biggest drama was these two at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of had such a big build-up across the season, and Tom, I don't know how far ahead you were at one point, but you were over a race win ahead of Ben, and it kind of seemed like it was slipping away, and Tom was kind of cruising to an easy championship win.
Yeah, he was reeling me in. He was reeling me in every single race.
Yeah.
7 races in a row. He outscored me. I just about hung on going into the last race with a points advantage, and then in the last few laps, I mean, it has happened now. You can watch it back. You should watch it back. But he came back from basically an impossible situation to actually have a chance of winning, and then he flipping hit me on the straight as well. I got
It was proper Abu Dhabi 2021 vibes.
Yes.
With 5-6 laps to go, I was P14. You were 2nd or 3rd, and then the biggest pile up of the season happened. I got up to 5th, and then on the last lap, you and me were side by side heading into turn 1, and you were trying to box me in behind someone else. I kind of edged you out a little bit, and I got up the inside and got 2 places in 1. It was incredible.
And he overtook me at that point, so you can imagine the nerds were crazy.
And if he crashed, it would have been game over for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know what happened in the end, then I'll tell you, you should watch back the Jeddah finale of the season. I won't spoil it.
Now, the interesting thing is, right, races like this and stories like this are happening every single day, every single week in leagues across the world on all games, on all platforms. Like, league racing is great that you have these stories, and people who are racing within the leagues, they have these emotional connections with each other, and they're absolutely loving it. And they broadcast, and they'll broadcast to kind of 20, 30 people. But the great thing about this series is that you're having this discussion about an incident that happened on track, but because of the nature of the content creator series, people actually care what's going on inside this series, because you have genuine communities in the same way as when you watch F1, McLaren has a genuine community, you know, the Tifosi are a genuine community. Like, you have all of these very tribal groups of people caring what's going on. And I think that's probably why you've become one of the most successful sim racing series in such a short time. But with that in mind, GB, where can this go?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. Who knows at this point? You know, we're obviously hoping to get as many people involved as we can. And I think, you know, we recognise that. I think we've just brought in a new point system where now the top 15 drivers can get points. So that there's a much bigger, I think it's like nearly double the amount of points being dished out overall. And that's just to try and kind of include more in a championship fight, you know, include communities more. So yeah, in terms of where it can go, I mean, there's no reason why we can't absolutely escalate it further.
I mean, we've already had an F1 driver in the series. We had Zhou Guanyu join us, and I had an incident with him. But it does show how far this series has come in that short amount of time. You know, the fact we've already had an F1 driver who's been involved in it and has said that he wants to get more involved in it really just shows how far we've come already. And it's a very open question about how far it can truly go, because no one really knows the limits. It really is one of those things where the sky is the limit, essentially. You know, there's so much more that can be done that we know that can be done, and after that point, it's just about being more creative, about finding new ideas, being fresh. If we do the same thing over and over, of course, that's when it's getting repetitive and boring. But you know, we're bringing in new things every season. We bring in new content creators, we bring in new communities. You know, it keeps things fresh and it keeps things fun. That's the most important thing.
Personally, I don't see any reason why it can't be like a curtain raiser to F1 Esports. Like in Gran Turismo, they have like a Pro-Am series where they race just before the official like hardcore racing happens. Why can't we open, you know, and get the viewers warmed up before they see the proper pros go racing?
I mean, maybe F1 Esports should be our intro.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because if you look at where sim racing appears to be going, if you look at series like the ESL R1 series on Rennsport, they seem to be going towards shorter formats. So short, sharp races, heat systems, brackets. It's 5-10 minute shootouts, because the assumption there is that people have short attention spans. Now, you've totally defied that theory, because you're doing 100% races that even like PSGL and WR, like, you know, that's not where they tend to go, because they know that people's attention spans are shorter. So I put it to you that perhaps the content creator series has defied that, because as long as you're creating mini stories within the race that people actually care about, it doesn't matter what the format is, as long as you're getting all this short form entertainment within the longer race.
I think esports and all these higher tier leagues are kind of giving the game a bit of injustice, because the best racing isn't 100% races, particularly with the new tyre model now, where new tyres are the meta. With safety cars and strategies, red flags now brought into the mix. There are so many different ways you can dissect a race and come out on top. And that's what's personally brilliant about our series, is that, you know, we could be on a 4-stop race and you could win the race. Like the tyre, being on new tyres and having more time to make up the difference with new tyres is crazy.
Yeah, and sometimes there is multiple races within a race, because as we're all content creators, you know, we make mistakes every now and then. So sometimes we bring out the safety car and then the whole grid resets. So it's like, boom, all right, next race, basically. It's the same track, you know, we're still driving. But from, let's say, boom, lap 20, we go racing again, and then we get a safety car again in lap 40. Oh, okay, everybody is reset again, and we have another race, basically. So, yeah. But sometimes we do get a clean race all the way to the end, and those ones are the sweatiest ones, because then you don't get any breathing time. It's a lot.
I think in 100% races as well, because it's quite a long race, it actually allows people to find time to come in at some point. With the short races, they're 30 to 1 hour long, pretty much. And it's very easy for people to miss that because they don't know it's happening. Maybe there's not a lot of exposure on it or something. But in a short race, you could go and do something and suddenly the race is over. Whereas if you do that in the Creator Series, we're not even halfway through half the time. So, in a 100% race, it is easy for people to come in at some point and very quickly get an idea of what's going on. And as Tom said, it can get reset very easily just by a safety car, and suddenly the race switches up and a new race has almost begun in that sense. So no matter what lap you join, no matter what time you join, you're always entering at a point where something's happening, essentially.
I feel like viewers find it probably easier to get involved with 100% races because, in terms of strategies, as the guys alluded to, there are so many different options, there are so many different changes. You can have more safety cars within that amount of laps. So all of a sudden, you've got viewers that can now get, change when you box. They can have inputs on your tires, and that makes a huge difference over 100% versus a 50% where it's probably going to be a one-stop race. You know what you're doing. The viewers kind of already know, he's going to go hard to mediums or something. So there's not much variation there.
It's really interesting because actually one of the biggest challenges that sim racing has is accessibility. In that when you come in to watching a 100% race, if you've never seen it before, i.e. you've never watched racing before, it takes you a long time to understand what difference tire compounds make and what difference a setup makes and what difference a safety car might make. But perhaps that doesn't matter so much for you guys because you're specifically the F1 game, and there are millions and millions of F1 fans who already understand it through the great coverage that we have of F1. You kind of have a bit more liberty to go with a 100% race and throw in strategy and throw in safety cars because the audience that's coming in already understand it. I wonder if it was GT racing, which has a fraction of the audience, I wonder if you could still do it. I wonder if your average gamer could come into a stream where you're doing 100% race and you have all this strategy and truly understand it. And that brings me to another point, right? Which is, again, you kind of defy assumptions made by a lot of streamers in that a lot of streamers will say that one of the best ways to retain your audience is through engagement. Now, you guys, because it's, let's be fair, you're getting sweaty, you're competitive, it's, you've got, right?
It smells.
Yeah, right, that's why I'm over here. So you're getting competitive. You're also talking to each other whilst you race. So you're having to balance the racing itself, the strategy of the race, talking to one another as part of the Discord. Does this mean that you're actually limited in how much you can engage with your chat?
Yeah, that is a big limiting factor. I think for me personally, that's something I've had to really adapt from day one, where we came in and it was just, we're a bunch of mates, we're going to do a 100% race. It was chaotic. It was safety cars everywhere, and we were kind of just in a VC, chatting amongst each other for a while. And I kind of realized that you can potentially alienate viewers if you are just solely talking in that VC. So you'll often see a lot of us deafening and coming in and out of the VC. If there's a safety car, we'll generally all undeafen and kind of shout about it and make a fuss. So yeah, it's quite a balance of making sure you're interacting with the viewers and not spending too much time in the VC, really.
It's quite funny as well because sometimes, obviously, we have so many different strategies going on. We can kind of trick each other, Ben asked me yo, Tom, what tire are you on? I said soft tires, soft tires, and I'm on mediums, or the other way around. How much fuel do you have? Yeah, I've got enough fuel, and we are way under fueled, and we are really, wondering if we can make it to the end of the race. So yeah, it's quite fun, the dynamic you can get out of that as well.
Personally, my favorite is qualifying when it's like Q1, Q2, end of the session, a lot's at stake, someone's going to get knocked out, probably Dirk, and we get to watch that unfold, and we all kind of just scream at each other at the end, you didn't make it, we cheer at someone who's like an underdog who makes it into Q3, for example, and it's absolutely chaotic, but it's organized chaos. We love it.
And I imagine it pushes you to your absolute limit of ability to entertain when you're in that unfortunate position if you get crashed out early. Because what you don't want to do is if you're invested in it and you've got your audience invested in this race and you get crashed out, lose a wing, you're out of the race, you lose a wheel, right, at turn one, you don't then I'm off, I'm going to stop the stream. So then you have to essentially do a watch along, right, of the race, and then but then that gives you a totally new dynamic, and you've kind of gone from streamer racing to watch along of an esports series that you're in. It's totally, totally unique.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're that person who got knocked out in
qualifying.
qualifying.
Experience.
No. Yes. Yeah, it's difficult. If you get knocked out Q1, Q2, you know, you have to sit there and you're kind of jealous of everyone else. You're watching them do their lap time and you're sitting there thinking, could have been me. Usually it's not me, but yeah, it can be a bit of a harrowing feeling, and especially in the race as well. You know, if you're in an early incident, you're set back and you're back in the pits 20 seconds, 25 seconds behind everyone, you're sort of just thinking to myself, all right, how do I make this entertaining from here? You know, at that point, I think it comes to...
You just ask your teammate to pin it in the wall to cause a safety car. That's it. That's it.
That's all it takes.
Or Dale. Or Dale.
Dale is usually a good one for it, yeah. He's my Monopoly card, usually. But yeah, you have to set yourself the challenge, really. And I think if you set yourself the challenge, you set yourself the goals, and, you know, as long as you try your best to meet them, I think that's still entertaining. You're almost doing like a last to first challenge in that sense. And as I said earlier, like, a lot of things happen, safety cars happen, incidents happen, and you just slowly start working your way back through the grid. It takes time, but you'll get there eventually.
So given where we are in this hall and the people watching, I expect there's a lot of people who have either organized their own community, organized their own league, or have aspirations to do so. What lessons can they take from the Content Creator Series? Because it's not totally comparable, because you're all starting with huge audiences in the first place. But what have you learned in this journey that would be useful for a league that's just starting out?
Just work together with each other, because the coolest content comes from each other, bouncing off of each other. You can only do so much by yourself. So, I mean, to anybody who is here creating your own community leagues or anything like that, keep going, get more people involved. And I mean, yeah, most important thing is have fun, because obviously we do it as a competition, but in the end, it's all about having fun, and that is exactly what we do every Saturday. I honestly, it's the like Ben said, it's the highlight of my week. It's awesome.
At the end of the day, I think we would just always ask creators to be themselves, really. We're the ones making the content. We're here to have fun. We're here to entertain others. So as long as everyone else is having fun, then that's the main thing for everyone, really.
So Ben, looking forward to next year. Strategy lined up, ready to go.
Yeah, I really struggled to get going with the new game this season. It took me like half a dozen races to really understand how the tires work and what the, I guess, most low-risk strategies are. So yeah, I feel like I can hit the ground running and really, hopefully, gun for the title. My first title would be good. So yeah, and the series is only getting bigger. So I suppose it's better to win when the series is bigger. So unlucky, Tom.
Right. So you're waiting.
Yeah, waiting for the right moment. Yeah, GB's going to be cooking in season 4.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to become more and more of a meme now without getting my race win. I must have bottled at least 3 or 4 races by now. This guy's one of them as well. So yeah, for me, I'm pushing for that win in this next season. So,
guys, well, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. I think my voice is just about held out for this.
Well done.
Thank you very much. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for watching. This has been the Content Creator Series panel hosted by the Sim Sundays podcast. If you're into sim racing, I'm assuming you are, check out the Sim Sundays podcast on Spotify, Apple, and Google. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We got the best fans here.
Cool.
Gridfinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023, and I am delighted to welcome to the stage a man familiar to many of us in the world of virtual motorsports. Thomas Jackemeyer, Endor AG CEO. Wonderful to have you back, and it's wonderful to have a presence from Fanatec. How are you?
Servus, everybody. Yeah, good to be back, and great to be on the SimRacing Expo again. Love this show.
Yeah, and it's great to have a constant presence from Fanatec at these events and many other activations in real and virtual motorsports throughout the world. So before we talk about the product, which I think everybody here wants to hear about, can you tell me a little bit about what Fanatec have been doing in the sim and real racing space?
I mean, our vision is to merge sim racing and real racing together. So, and we are attacking that from two sides. One is from the product side. We are developing real life products from real cars, like the BMW, the Bentley, the podium button module ready, which was used by Sebastian Loeb in EU, who won the Rally Monte Carlo with it. So these are these were the first sim racing products which were used in real race cars. That was one aspect, and because it cannot be more authentic than that. And the other one was on the competition side, that we let real race drivers in the simulators and drive for championship points in the Fanatec GT World. I think this is also we brought racing and sim racing at the same time to a new level, because the real races were, well, real races, I consider all of us real races, but the real world races, let's put it this way, they took it super serious. We saw some super exciting races. I mean, you were there commenting, yeah, I think that was a great success, and our vision is still there, and that in a few years that every single racing series in the world, up to Formula One, will have sim racing as part of the competition, because it's cost-wise it's nothing. Basically, it costs, a simulator costs like 2 sets of tires. So for the racing teams, in a few years, all of the drivers will have sim racing background, because all of the younger ones will have our sim races anyway. So it's easy for the racing series to add sim racing as an element. Could it be for fighting for points? But there are other things. I mean, just imagine if there's a race where the teams in Formula One can fight for, I can get another extra gearbox change per year. They would take it super serious, and we would have a fantastic race, sim race. Yeah.
And I think, frankly, we're not far away from that world at this moment in time. But bringing it back to Fanatec, the Fanatec booth that we've got here at the Expo is always an incredibly popular place for the audience. But it's been even busier than usual, because this year at the 2023 Expo, you've released a new product, which we've got in front of us now, the Club Sport DD. Tell me about this. What is the Club Sport DD? Why is it different? And why should we collectively be very excited about it?
Yeah, this product was, this release I think was a little surprise, although it's not really a surprise to have a DD which is now covering the medium market for us. I mean, we had a CSL DD and the podium DD, and obviously a lot of people want to have products in the sweet spot in the area between 12 and 15 Newton meters. So we came up with the Club Sport DD at 12 Newton meters, and the DD Plus, Club Sport DD Plus at 15 Newton meters with a PlayStation license as well.
Yes.
And it's looking like a pimped up version of the GT DD Pro, but actually it's a complete new product inside and the outside as well. It's the first one with our new quick release system, the Cure2. And for this product, it's really essential to have the Cure2, because We have a new technology implemented. We call it Full Force because it delivers the full experience of force feedback, which was specifically created with direct drive in mind. So this is not some marketing nonsense. It's really a complete different technology, and it delivers super fine and subtle force feedback effects. My favorite demo is that we can use the wheelbase to play a song. So it really is a loudspeaker then, and we can have this overlay of super fine signals over the normal force feedback effects and create a very realistic feeling. This is giving you more immersion, more authenticity, but it's we did something in order to improve the performance of the product, which is where we do it with the faster slew rate. Slew rate is the acceleration of the product. So the steering wheel is accelerating probably faster than anything else on the market. So it's and what does it do for you? Why is it good for you? It's if you have a steering wheel which is faster accelerating, it's much easier to catch a slide. It feels natural. It avoids oscillation. So you can also use less damper to avoid oscillation. So all this really changes the force feedback feeling dramatically. And the third thing, what we did is really having optimal thermal management, so that the first lap you're doing feels exactly like lap number 30 or 50. So the 12 or 15 Newton meter peak is not just the peak force, it's also the hold-in torque. You get it consistently throughout the whole race. And this is because a lot of wheelbases, they fade in time over this is a normal physical phenomenon that basically over time, if you heat up the motor, that the power gets less. Not in this case. And then you can, you feel the tire loss, the grip loss in the first lap as the same as in late in the race.
And that's quite interesting because this base is quite a small form factor compared to what we see for other wheelbases on the market, which obviously requires a certain amount of innovation, one would imagine, getting all those internals inside it. I believe there's now a thicker housing to help with the thermals. This is all designed in Germany, is that correct, by yourselves and the whole product from ground up?
It's actually this is using military technology. We are working together with a company which is also working on military stuff. This is now it's really getting a little bit marketing like. We have the flux compensator technology inside. No, it's seriously this is this technology makes it possible to have an extremely high efficiency. And this is why also our thermal management is better and at the same time keeping the cost low.
So you've talked quite extensively about full force, but I want to go back to that again because as sim racers, we often look wrongly at direct drive wheels and judge our purchasing decisions based on the strength. Stronger is better. But actually strength is only useful to a point if the feedback that you're receiving is valuable to the driving experience. So as a new standard for Fanatec with full force, from a driving point of view, what difference is that going to make to me as a driver? Am I going to have access to feelings that I don't have in previous parts of the product range, for example?
Well, I mean, the thing with Newton meters is a tricky one. First of all, we tested all the DDs on the market, and sometimes there's no real standard how you measure the torque of a steering wheel. So if you're measuring all at with the same test, the results are pretty different from what is advertised. At the same time, same with the amount of pixels in a phone, it does not really tell you about the quality you get. So, and also at the end, it's a matter of taste. So if you're driving Formula 2 or karting and you want to have the real authentic experience, then there's no way around. You need to have a 20-25 Newton meter base. If you say that you're interested in driving GT3, well, those cars in reality, they don't have more than 50 Newton meters. This is totally fine. Yeah. So I think most people are even turning down the high-end wheelbases and end up in this area with 12 and 50 Newton meters. So probably 90% will feel exactly right there.
And one big thing that we've not spoken about much that's particularly impressive to me, because I have an unhealthy obsession with different wheel rims. This is the first product that's got the QR2 integrated into the design of this one. Can we talk a bit about this, what that actually means and how that affects the product itself?
Yeah, the QR2 is a long story for us and a painful one. So the challenge was basically when several years ago we had to make a QR2, which a new quick release, which is automotive grade. I mean, this we developed that for BMW, for our BMW steering wheel. But making it for a few dozen wheels and in racing a great quality, that's actually quite easy. Making the same product compatible to the mass market and make it and produce it at a user-friendly price point. This was a huge challenge for us, and finally we made it available. That we have so now we have the race car grade quality available at affordable prices, and the big benefit you get with this QR2 system is that it's absolutely zero gap. There's no shaking, no nothing, which is important if you have a technology like full force, where you have this super small effects which will be eaten up in a QR1 system, and also think, I mean, well, of course you could say the QR1, well, why don't you make it good from the beginning? Just keep in mind that the QR1 was invented, 15 years ago, where there was no direct drive. And now it's simply time to move on and have something better.
But of course, on that topic, in the very near future, there's going to be an ability to put a QR1 on this device as well for the backwards compatibility for those that have already got it. That's correct.
Today I spoke with somebody who said that you asked me if we can have this wheelbase with QR1 because he has 7 steering wheels at home. I said, yeah, that's exactly why we developed the exchangeable quick release system also on this wheelbase. So if you invest into the ecosystem of Fanatec, then we try to make sure that you have a lot of fun and long life with this. Yeah.
So Thomas, our time is coming rapidly to an end. I've just been given the quick warning signal from up on the deck. Just very briefly before we say goodbye though, it's fascinating to see that Fanatec have chosen to launch this product at the SimRacing Expo. Just how important to you as a company is it to be able to present this to the largest venue for like-minded sim racers? It's quite important to be part of the community in this launch.
I mean, this is the core of sim racing here. All those people, I mean, I've seen many of those faces since many years, doing this since 26 years now. And I think we all together, we grew this whole industry from the hardware side, from the software side. 26 years ago, I could not imagine that a world rally champion is winning the Rally Monte Carlo on a sim racing wheel, stuff like that. I think it's all fantastic, and then this is I think this is the core of it, and I'm really curious to see how this develops further.
Absolutely. Well, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure. And everybody here, big round of applause for Thomas Jackemeyer.
And to you guys.
Fantastic stuff. Make sure you check out the Fanatec stand as well as all the many different stands here. And from the stage at the ADAC SimRacing Expo, thank you all very, very much.
If you want to come by, we have beer, fry beer at 5 o'clock.
Beer at 5. Fabulous. Thank you very much, everybody.
I will take that as an invitation as well. Thank you so much. Give it up again for Paul Jeffrey and Thomas Jackermeier. Amazing. I love it. And thank you for leaving these two over here. I'll keep them as well. Wow. How nice is that? Everybody, I'll keep it short because we're heading to the next race. Meine Lieben, ich mach's kurz. Wir kommen zum nächsten und letzten und entscheidenden Rennen der Professional Trophy. We're coming to the last and also the deciding race of the ADAC Professional Trophy. Yeah, let's put it that way. Mathematically, pretty much it comes to that 5 teams can still win the whole thing, and those teams are Williams Esports Razor, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Veloce McLaren VEXT, West Competition Racing BMW Romania, and ITB Racing. And well, the rest of the stuff will be sorted out by our commentators. Let's give it up for Alex and Nico. Up to you guys.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. We are. Right. Guten Nachmittag, meine Damen und Herren. Hello, welcome to the final race of the ADAC 2023 SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy. Nico, as Matsi rightly put it, 5 teams in with a chance of getting €1,000 as the top prize for the 20 teams that will get their fair share, well, not necessarily their fair share of a €5,000 prize pool, but race 1, the calm before the storm, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the most important things here is, technically speaking, I think if I saw correctly in the top 5, our current leader, Williams Esports Razor, is the only team with the DNF as their striker result.
Yeah.
So there's even a little bit more pressure to perform 100%, but then again, it's Igor Rodriguez. I said at the first race already, that guy is just bloody fast. It's absolutely incredible.
It's a coin of phrase there, Nico. It's a coin of phrase. But of course, the success ballast from race 1 has been applied.
Yep.
So again, for the second race in succession, it is the number 5 of Williams Esports Razor, now being piloted by Brazilian ACC ace Igor Rodriguez, who you said, and I'm going to use your words, quoting verbatim, is bloody fast. But I think Tinko had words of wisdom to say to him, have fun, when he spoke to Luke in the post-race interview. We will be going to the grid in just a moment's time because qualifying has already taken place. The other 2 teams that will be hit with a success ballast, Team Racing Point, piloted by Amadeo Castorino in the first race. We'll have David Bertole behind the wheel for that one. And then Veloce McLaren VEXT will have Aidan Walsingham behind the wheel. George Boothby got close, but not close enough. We have a 45-minute race, and we are going to have a full rolling lap of this 3.661 mile circuit, 5.891 kilometre location on the site of an old Royal Air Force base, opened back in 1948. Has been the home of British motorsport for a number of years, has hosted the British Grand Prix for both Formula One and MotoGP, continues to be one of the mainstays for the British Touring Car Championship, and next year will be part of the 30-year anniversary for the Intelligent Money British GT Championship. It's also been part of the Silverstone Classic, the World Endurance Championship 4 Hours of Silverstone, the European Le Mans Series, Fanatec GT World Challenge, and FIA GT, amongst others. So the anticipation builds. We've got another, I think it's 20, well, we have got an addition to the grid, and there it is. So Igor Rodriguez makes it a Williams Esports Razor double pole position, and Wojciech Fiala stepping in for Dennis Schoeninger, who has got tendonitis in his left palm, so it's a Williams front row. Then we got Aidan Walsingham rounding out the top 3. Matthias Kuhn for the 696 of ITB Racing. Tommy Razier for SDL Esports in 5th, and then in 6th position, that is the 121 of Thomas Enger SimRacing's Mattia De Campo. And we got David Patele, and then the first of 3 Ferraris, all 3 of them actually making up the top part of the remainder of the top 10. We've got the 17 of Glitch Motorsports, Samuele Villa, piloting that one. The number 71, that is the first of 2 Renvelton Esports entries. That's the red crew. Leon Bout now takes the wheel. And then follow that up with Renvelton Esports Blue with Tim Peachman rounding out the top 10. And we've got in the number 44 Visceral Esports, Estefano Barrera. And then Nico, just looking at that, a lot of activity on the grid. We've got the likes of Simone Lezi, Tom Gorka, Victor Nikolai, Thomas Moran, Milos Staminkovic for Rocket Sim Sport, Grant Wilmot for Brabham Esports. This is going to be interesting right here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And are we going to do a quick start or? No, I think it should.
We have gone green. That's a short. They caused a snapping on that one, didn't they? But it's 2x2, hurrah, into Copse Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have, well, we've had a cone already exit stage
The first casualty of the race.
The first casualty, and it's not a car, it's a nondescript cone. But it's the train coming out of Maggots, Beckett, heading into Chapel at very, very big speed indeed. So Rodriguez leads the way, Fiala in second, Walsingham, Kuhn, Razier, De Campo, Bertele, Villa, Bant and Peachman round out the top 10 as they surge their way down the hangar straight. Matthias Kuhn has Tommy Razier looking up the inside into Stoke Corner. Oh, that was close between the Lamborghini and the McLaren.
Close.
But Igor Rodriguez just 3/10 ahead of his teammate, Williams Esports Chilblast, Wojciech Fiala. A lot of activity, as I said, in the biggest silly season in esports history at the beginning of the year on January 1st. The announcements came thick and fast, and there's been a lot of recruitment at a lot of the big teams, including Williams Esports. Oh, a bit of a scramble here, coming down the international pit straight. Grant Wilmot having to defend.
Wide almost.
Oh, he was very, very lucky indeed. There's Kuroshavin, Staminkovic. Oh, one of the cars has just gone off. And that was a McLaren. That might have been...
I think that was Hopper.
Yeah, Leon Hopper from Gridfinder Racing. Oh, bit of a hip check a little bit further back. That was between Koroshavin and Staminkovic. But Grant Wilmot makes his way out of Aintree, down the Wellington Straight. 18 turns, all named for particular reasons, as in some of the surrounding areas around Silverstone, based in Towcester in Northamptonshire. But Benjamin Baumann in the 125 Absolute Lamborghini, trying to put the brightness on Barrera from Visceral from the number 44. There's Visceral Esports. And Mattia De Campo trying to close in on Matthias Kuhn from ITB Racing as they hurtle their way through into Copse Corner at probably the best part of 130 miles an hour. Nico, I did say that the first race was calm. This one, the intensity has gone up at least another notch on the volume button. Someone's gone up past 10 and gone to 11.
I completely agree with you there. We can see already a lot of drivers are pushing quite hard. Obviously, the entire qualifying order is completely reset again. They qualified with the new drivers, so a few drivers have other focuses, obviously. A couple are better at racing, consistency. Others just are that good at getting a single lap out. And we can see, for example, Walsingham here doesn't have to deal with, for example, the Racing Point McLaren like his teammate Boothby did have to in the last race. So a lot of people are switched around. Obviously, Razier is going to want to improve on the results of the last race, where they just got slightly tapped by the Williams McLaren at the very end.
Yeah.
And right now they're in a perfect position to do so, if they can just keep up with that Veloce McLaren.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's one thing to try and catch a car, it's another thing completely different to pass it. But there's Thomas Moran for the Belgian driver for Dakota Esports. His teammate earlier on, Sean Tempest, not having a good one. Benjamin Baumann's getting swamped by the likes of Koroshavin. Barrera gets turned by Koroshavin.
And again at Aintree.
it's like you can see that they're trying to battle side by side. There's prize money up for grabs, and everyone is throwing caution to the wind. I said about sign of urgency. There was a little sign of desperation, I think, from Koroshavin on that one. That's going to be investigated, and I'm sure that a penalty might come the way of the number 15 from Pitbull Racing. But we will have to wait and see what race control decide on that one.
We just saw it from the corner of our eye as well. So it's always dependent on how much overlap there was, how long was he alongside already. Basically, the rule of thumb is, if the front axle of the overtaking car is in front of the rear axle of the car being overtaken, or they're trying to overtake, then you're entitled to the space. But if it's only a little bit of bodywork overlap, then, you are unfortunately out of luck, my friend. And, sometimes in these stressful situations, you just sort of go, either you do a calculated move or if gap car.
I think as Ayrton Senna, his statement comes up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you don't go
the
for
very
a gap,
simplified version of it.
And that's very, very true in a multitude of different leagues, whether it be community, professional, whatever. But Igor Rodriguez is leading a... right, here's a replay. Now, this is a little bit earlier on. There's the number 2 West Competition car that we didn't see competing in race 1. Hit checks the number 44 of Visceral Esports, who comes up, and clashes into the side of Murat. And goes all 4 wheels off the track. There's the 44 McLaren. There's Aidan Walsingham rounding out the top 3. Wojciech Fiala, 8/10 behind Igor Rodriguez. With over 5 minutes completed, Rodriguez leads the way, has the fastest lap of the race. So let's have a look at the replay. Baumann gets through, and then Koroshavin, slight tap on the left rear, and the 44. And that was Stamankovic getting through on the outside. Unlike Martin Klaassen in the opening race, did not get collected.
Yeah, the Rocket driver got incredibly lucky there. That was millimeters at best.
Yes, and a Code Brown waiting in the wings as well if something had happened. But nevertheless, 39 minutes on the time is still to go. Walsingham's just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 56.502. So a good showing by both Walsingham and Boothby in race, with Boothby getting third position in race 1. Had to really fight for it and could have gone for P2 had it not been for a particular driver by the name of Amadeo Castarino. Here's that rear diffuser shot we were showing in race 1, and again we're back on board this time with Williams Esports Chill Blast, and then we go inside the cockpit with Aidan Walsingham from Veloci, McLaren VEXT in the 992. But again, just so close coming through club, and then I mean you see, I mean that sausage curve on the inside coming out of club, that is a menace, isn't it? I mean,
it's terrifying. Like you're trying to go side by side through there, and you have to pray the outside car leaves you enough space, because at the same time, if they don't leave you space, you just hit them. You're gonna get a penalty if you hit the curb, and then you'll hit them automatically anyway. So
well,
it's
speaking of
double-edged sword, and both edges are very sharp.
Speaking of penalties, Dominic Koroshavin has just received a 15-second time penalty for the collision with the number 44 of Barrera from Visceral Esports. So that has been applied by race control. So Barrera currently still circulating. The gap between the top 3 at the moment is around about 1.2 seconds. A little bit closer at the sharper end of the field.
Definitely
we
closer.
saw the battle. We saw the battles between, like Castarino, Boothby, and Statsenko. But that gave Tinko van der Velde the opportunity to get away and win comfortably by the best part of nearly 9 seconds. This is a little bit more of a closer affair. Now, I spoke to Javi, who's the team boss, or one of the guys from Williams. I had a chat with the Williams guys anyway, and one of the team members, who will remain nameless, don't worry, said that we were looking at strategy for the Chill Blast car. And because of the fact that Max Weichner got a 15-second time penalty, got dumped out of the top 10, they could use that as their drop score.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which was a very, very good idea, because it keeps them in the running. However, I'm only going to say this, Ren Velton, be careful with both your drivers at the moment because they are getting a bit close.
No, that is the difficult part actually for Rodriguez right now. I think if the drop score is considered in this and in the current standing, the 55 would actually win. Because they're 11 points ahead of the 55 car right now in the number 5. So the Williams cars are the furthest up ahead in the standings right now. So they would need an 11-point advantage, which they would have from first to third, because first place 40 points, then second place 34, third place 29 points. So that would be the 11 points, but then they would win on countback because they have more race wins.
Yeah, exactly, because Williams Esport Razor have 2 race wins. They've got the most out of anybody. Chill Blast took the opening round at Paul Ricard on the 19th of September, and then when we went to Monza, it was Veloce. They had the velocity behind them, pardon the pun, but that was a great race for them. And also, when you look at it, the top 3 teams have not placed outside of the top 4 combined. So the run of consistency is how you win a competition or a championship, or in this case, the ADAC 2023 SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy. David Pertelet has now clawed away from the number 17 of Glitch Motorsports Samuele Villa, and that gap has now expanded to 2.1, just over 2.1 seconds. Had the opportunity actually a little while back to catch up with David Pertelet, and he is now closing in on De Campo. So De Campo's now got to watch it because Pertelet is closing in, looking at their last lap times. 1:57.067 for the 121 from Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and then the 85 of Racing Point, 1:56.960 was their previous lap time. Tommy Rozier, though's on the move. He's about 2.1 seconds now behind Aidan Walsingham, so this could be a 4-way scrap as the race, forever continues for the next 34 minutes. I think Tommy Rozier from SDL Esports Logitech could close this up, and then you'll have the might of Ingolstadt via being outnumbered by the might of Woking.
I'd agree there. Also, while you were elaborating on that, we had the reverse diffuser cam, the splitter cam, but also very nice camera angle.
Yes.
And I couldn't help but notice, so we have a very nice circle of life here. Every time we saw the diffuser cam, we saw George Boothby or Aidan Walsingham, so every single time the Veloce McLaren. And now we had the splitter cam in the Veloce McLaren.
Did you just throw a Lion King reference into a commentary?
Yes.
I thought as much. You said circle of life. I knew it. Hey, well played on that one. But with 33 minutes to go, Leon Berndt has got Peachman not too far behind. Now they are closing in on Villa in the number 17 from Glitch Energy. So this is 3 Cavallino Rampantes in a row, and they're battling for 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. It's really good to see that when newer cars or updated cars hit ACC, we mentioned it about the 296 getting all the love in the world, but the thing is, a lot of the drivers have gone for the updated cars apart from a new one. And that's quite a good talking point as well, isn't it? Because some people go, yeah, I like it, but I want a little bit more this, a little bit more that. And then you get the input, like Addison or the team at Kunos, who work so hard behind the scenes with the Centro Corso Competizione. They're putting a lot of hours in to get those little fine-tuned details right, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And the funny thing is, even though we have the 296, it's not too strange in some cases, because obviously it's a completely different car formula.
Yeah.
For the first time for a GT3 car for Ferrari, it's a V6. It's a twin-turbo V6 instead of the bigger V8 twin-turbo that the 488 had, or the even bigger, which we sadly don't have in the game because it's one of my favorite cars of all time.
Victor Nicolai has just done the old cutback. He waited for Thomas Mahal to get through in the 137 Dakota Esports McLaren, and Nicolai just went, right, I'm going to park here, and just literally stopped it on a sixpence, waited for Moran, got through on him. There you go, job done. Back into 13th goes Victor Nicolai. The funny thing is that we haven't actually got West Competition BMW Romania in this race because Marco Jonkers was set to take the place of Talas Juknevicius, who did a very, very good job in race number 1. So, again, it's the McLaren meritocracy. 5 out of 9 in the top 7. And in terms of proximity, the top 3 are still about 1.1 second, covered by 1.1 seconds. Oh, right, someone's just had a bit of a moment.
That's a Lamborghini.
That could
But
be...
which one?
I think that could be the 858. Absolute Res Tech, because that is... Yeah, that is. So Tom Gorka from Get Closer Racing...
Oh, the 77?
is closing in.
Oh, no, sorry, that was the 858 that was off, sorry.
Yeah, that's the track cut. Oh, it's
it's side by side again. Thomas Moran is not done yet.
No, he's not. And Victor Nikolai's not giving him. He's squeezing him for every inch. Hip check between the pair as they go into the next left-hander. Now into the right. Moran gets through. Nikolai's going to get the traction hopefully down in the BMW as they go through the right-hander at Club. Down the international pit straight with the Silverstone wing on the right-hand side. Nikolai looking to stick his nose up the inside of the McLaren, through into Abbey, now into the left at Farm Curve. And look who's behind. That's Grant Wilmot from Brabham Esports in the Lamborghini, looking towards the outside to get the undercut. Through from Village into the loop. Can't make it stick at the minute. That was very, very close. Bit of hip checking between Morat and Nikolai. And Wilmot nearly capitalised on getting past the number 2 from West Competition.
Their car didn't get here this time in lap 1 at Aintree, so they're very hungry for points. And yeah, from the literal sense speaking, only way is up. And they're keeping up very well right now.
So
with
you,
the
right, okay, now let me get this right. You've just put you're taking a leaf out of my book, you put a Disney film reference, and now you put a song reference in there as well, within
Also,
5
yes.
minutes.
Look, your analogy with the cat on the roof was just too dazzling for me. We don't have such fancy metaphors
you're making
in
up
German.
for it. Yeah, you're making up for it in spades, Nico. Come on. Right, let's keep our eyes on this battle. This is Villebert and Peachman. Again, the 3 Ferraris in a row. Bertollet is about 2.2 seconds up the road from this battle, but Bount in the 71 is coming down the hanger straight, pulling to the right-hand side. And Villa is getting some pressure now from Leon Bount. Bount now trying to hustle the number 17 of Glitch Energy. And Bount goes towards the outside.
Again.
That's brave. That's brave, but it doesn't pay off. Villa makes a slight mistake heading into that part of the circuit. And that nearly cost him big time. That nearly cost the number 17 8th. But Bount and Peachman look to be running in Renvelton formation and keeping themselves out of each other's way, because we all know the biggest cardinal sin in racing is don't take out your teammate. But Bount sends it up the inside through on Villa. This time,
he can't get the traction down.
Yeah, he can't get the. He must be hitting the accelerator a little bit too early, and Villa is just making good use of it. Samuele Villa able to just make it happen. And then Bount is like, okay, I've got to get on the gas. And he's not able to do it. Tom Gorka, in the meantime, trying to go around the outside of the 858. Oh, this could end nasty
and
here.
That was a bit of contact, actually, on the brakes.
Yeah, Simone Lesi.
That might get looked at, I think.
It could do. They may class it as a racing incident. I mean, if it was a complete bump and run, then fair enough. But now, Leslie looking towards the outside. Oh, this is into Cops corner. Careful. Tom Gorka could have had a massive moment there. Simone Leslie was right up the rear bumper and gave him a little bit of a tap. Then that car would have been around and hard into the barriers on the left-hand side of the circuit. But in the meantime, Igor Rodriguez is now expanding his lead over Wojciech Fiala to the tune of just over a second. Aidan Walsingham from Veloce is closing in on the number 55, and there they are. So gap between them is just under 2.5 tenths of a second. Rodriguez is now faster than these two, and the Brazilian running in the number 5 Williams Esports Razor Audi put in a 1 minute 56.762. Fiala and Walsingham running in the 56.9s. And still, no matter what Wojciech Fiala can do, can't shake off Aidan Walsingham, no matter how hard he tries.
Walsingham is really all over the back of, well, his McLaren mate, his brand mate, not quite teammate because it's definitely quite big rival teams. But I think in the front car, Rodriguez is actually maybe thinking a little bit, yeah, good, Walsingham, get in there. Please overtake him, you know, because in the end, they're teammates. But obviously, it's still a difference of 300 euros prize money, and who's going to say no to 300 more euros?
Well, exactly. I mean, you look at it from this perspective. Now, we're going to have a look at the replay here. Now, this is a repeat of what we saw between the 858 and the 137. Oh, no, that was later on. Oh, so there was afters. So Simone Lesi, more than hip checking, he rugby tackled the 858 at that point. So, well, the 858 of Simone Lesi gave Thomas Moore a bit of a hip check, more than a hip check, a rugby tackle. But yeah, I mean, looking at the point side of things, at the moment, Williams Esports Razor are on course to score a maximum double here today. That's 80 points and 3 straight race victories with 154 points. Chill Blast currently in second position on 103. So you look at it from this perspective, that's 137 with 29 points. Veloce McLaren VEXC, that is going to be, that's probably going to be about 124 points. So effectively, Veloce needs to get past Williams Chill Blast.
Yep.
Effectively, to have any opportunity to close that gap. But yeah, like you said, Igor Rodriguez would love for Wojciech Fiala, and there is probably a strategy employed at Williams. I know the team very, very well. There will be an employed strategy, and now the gaps are starting to expand. Fiala has dropped to exactly 1.1 seconds behind Rodriguez. Walsingham a further half a second back. Tommy Razier is dropping further back from the top 3, even though we saw him at one point 2.1 seconds behind third position. But this here is is the closest battle with multiple cars involved at the sharper end of the field. So Villa, Bount and Peachman covered by the best part of nearly 0.8 of a second. As we're about a minute away from half time. But again, just like we're seeing that some drivers are able to capitalise, Nico. Others are trying to close on in. But again, it's that dirty wash, it's that bad aero that you get by running behind a car. And this is going to be a perfect example. Victor Nicolai versus the 858 of Simone Lesi for Absolute Respect by Aislith in the Lamborghini. You know, they're 2.5 of a second apart. How much is that actually, you said about the significant amount of downforce lost. The only thing that they gain from it is an additional bit of top speed, you know, 5 to 8 kilometres an hour. But here at Silverstone, that's probably more than likely double figures when you go down the hangar straight into Stone.
Again, it really depends which car you're driving, because these cars are so different. You can see it easily here in this side-by-side view how much taller, for example, the M4 is than, well, any other car in the GT3 field, and just how much wider and everything it is. It's just an enormous car. So every single car has different, just standard drag as well, and a little door stopper like the Lamborghini there obviously has a lot more optimized airflow in general. So it really depends on the car, how easy you can dive behind the aero silhouette of the front car. And I'd say around here,
Victor Nicolai has just lost the back end. He went off.
on the track though.
No, he was he was 2 wheels on the grass.
Yeah, but like, you know, on the second one.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if he'd have gone any further off track, he would have been sideways and around. Milos Stavenkovic for Rocket Sim Sport, trying to close in on Baumann in the 125. That's the other Absolute Red Stake by Aislith car, Benjamin Baumann.
Stavenkovic was also further ahead, wasn't he?
Sorry?
Stavenkovic was also further ahead, wasn't he? What happened to him?
Yeah, he was, but he's had a little bit of strife in his own right. So it hasn't been an easy one because I like the way in the fact that the teams have not been able to use the same driver. And I can understand why Tinko van der Velde was wanting just to get the race done.
Yeah.
And he had a smile on his face. It was like, now I can relax. Now the pressure's off me. But Igor, again, he's actually the slowest out of the top 3. But it's not much. It's like half a tenth covering the top 3 in terms of pure pace, as we got just over 20 3/4 minutes still to go. This battle seems to be just sort of at a stalemate at the moment. But then it's also a case of Bount and Peachman, could they actually tag team Vila and get through? Because if Vila makes a mistake, there was a slight clip of the grass there by the number 17 from Glitch Energy. Oh, right, Simone Leslie has just had a drive-through penalty. And that is for Simone Leslie for the rugby tackle
against Thomas Morant.
Yeah, that is a drive-through penalty from race control. So Michael Hamlet and the stewarding team, thank you so much for what you've done on this in the community trophy competitions. Really much appreciated. They have multiple different camera angles, so they will be looking at it like, as we said about the camera angles for broadcasting, you have the camera angles for race control, and they can put the cameras in some insane places, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, already just in race control, at the backstage area, I forgot to count how many screens I have, but it's like 5, 6, 7 or something. And
it's probably double digits.
Mike Yao's only response to that was, yeah, but did you ever see that at the real racetrack? And at the Nürburgring, for example, they have just an entire wall of screens.
I've seen a broadcast truck, and I was blown away. Like, literally, you've got screens within screens within screens on that, and so many mixes.
The screens have extra screens in them.
Right, Simone Leslie now pitting the 858 Absolute Res Tech by Acelith Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. But the battle for third has started to reignite again, courtesy of Veloce Esports' very own Aidan Walsingham. The Veloce McLaren Bex team opting to go with George Boothby in race 1. Now Aidan Walsingham in race 2. And the 4-litre twin-turbo mid-mounted V8 engine roaring along down into Abbey before the left-hander here at Farm Curve. And then hard on the brakes, down the gearbox. A little bit of a tighter entrance there into the village by Walsingham. Fiala, a last-minute replacement for the number 55 Williams Esports Chill Blast effort. And now again, Leon Bount is being closed on in by the sister car, number 72, the Ren Belton Esports Blue. Tim Peachman nearly getting the opportunity to get through.
Yeah, he's really trapped behind the number 17 there, behind the Glitch 17 car. And we saw it earlier that he actually just went off at the exit of Chapel Curve as well. So like, this slight issue that I think that was hitting.
There's another touch. I said it, and it's happened. It was a double tap. Like, Leon Bount is going to say that.
Double tap.
And we know exactly where they are. They are on site. And you know what? Tim's probably gone like, sorry, Leon, my bad. I'll let you back through again, mate. And I said about the fact that the cardinal rule, they nearly broke it. It was just a double tap, like it was like literally the first impact. Leon got unsettled, and then Tim just accidentally hits him at the back bumper and whoops.
I'm gonna be honest, I never thought that I would hear the word double tap in a context other than in shooter games.
Have you been playing Counter-Strike too much, Reese?
No.
Yeah, it's probably like Operation Wolf or something like that. I'm sure.
Ready or not, always double tap.
Where we concentrate back on the battle here for second and third place, respectively. 34 points for P2, 29 points for P3. And looking at it from this perspective, if Williams Esports Chill Blast get demoted down to third. That's going to put them on 132 points. So here's the replay. There's the first bit of
slide
contact,
tag,
and he gets the tank slapper, and I think Tim was trying to get past him, was trying to actually cut through.
Yeah, just runs out of space, you know. You just have a limited amount of grip, limited amount of space in the middle of the corner.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Yeah, so it does just go to show that you unsettle a car, and then you hope you get through, and that was the perfect example of it didn't quite happen how you thought it might do. You know, theory is one thing, practical's another, and that was the perfect personification. I might have to have a little bit of a chat with the guys at Renwell and say Tim and Leon say, what happened there? You know, like, really?
You know, everyone makes mistakes in this situation, and obviously it's not ideal for them. Now they have a 4-second gap almost to Villa in the 17. Well, over 4 seconds now. I cursed them there. While we're in this lovely, lovely splitter cam again.
Yeah, this is on the front splitter, actually behind the just behind the actual front bumper.
Between the middle bar. This is almost like the F1 Halo cam.
I've seen some camera shots through the grille of the Mercedes AMG GT3, where you've actually got the three-pointed star right in front of you.
Yep.
Now, looking at points at the moment, even if Aidan Walsingham gets past Wojciech Fiala, it will not be enough to take second. So, effectively, Williams Esports Razor, at this moment, on 154 points, will become the new, well, effectively, Williams, despite the fact it not being the same format as last year or the year before, Williams Esports win the professional trophy in a capacity for the second year in a row.
Yeah.
And what's more, we've got the digital GT500 tomorrow, where Williams Esports
once again running
are, well, they are in the running, but they are one of the teams, one of the driver pairings, are the defending champions. But with 14 minutes to go, Igor Rodriguez leads by 2.1 seconds here at Silverstone for what is the second and final race of the entirety of the 2023 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy. Right on board with Wojciech Fiala from Williams Esports Chill Blast. Now expanding the gap between himself and Aidan Walsingham to the tune of about 0.4 of a second. Through they go into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. I think there might have been a bit of dust kicked up by Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Audi. And, well, Fiala doing a pretty standout job at this moment, Nico, to keep a hold of second position, despite being a last-minute shoe-in after, I mean, let's look at it from this perspective. You've got Dominic Blyer out with injury, a very, very weathered, as in illness, in terms of Tinko van der Velde. Dennis Schoeninger unable to compete. That just goes to show that even professional sim racing drivers are human.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to add to that, you know. This is in the end a real sport. I'd say honestly, out of all esports, sim racing is pretty much the one that takes the sport factor of it the furthest.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's a lot of mental exhaustion, because having coming from, you know, a motorsports origin, then switching to sim racing, and, you know, then doing both for a time, I can actually say, you know, you have a lot more physical exhaustion in real life. Obviously, with the G-forces and everything, the car is hot, you don't have AC or anything, and, you know, other things racing drivers would like to whine about. But
yeah, you mentioned one of them earlier on. I'm not going to let you forget that.
Here we basically have this difference that the exhaustion is mainly mentally, because you're focusing on a completely different kind of input. You have only the wheel pretty much, or maybe, you know, you're that rich that you have a private motion rig, or like very nice new like motors or something in the pedals, but it's still completely different feedback that you have to pay attention to every single tiniest detail. But even then, with direct drive wheels and all that, it still forces that do sort of need some arm muscles for. You can't just be a
Yes.
complete Mr. Beansprout for this for a longer time.
Well, whilst you say that, the battle for second is really heating up. There's Aidan Walsingham closing in on Wojciech Fiala for second position. This is the run into Stoke Corner.
A bit naughty almost. There was
Yeah,
almost
well,
a reaction around the braking.
I thought Walsingham got a little bit tail happy on the braking, and Wojciech Fiala is making the back of that number 55. McLaren 720S GT3 Evo as wide as humanly possible, out through Luffield, now through into, well, not through Luffield, Club Corner. 10 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer remains.
I think Walsingham is just trying to bait him into a worse line into the corner now.
Yeah.
Obviously here he has that disadvantage. One of the most noticeable corners for dirty air. So at Vale and Club, he really just tried to keep him inside, tried to get later on the brakes, but slightly messed it up, couldn't quite get the move done alongside. And you can really see Fiala is really good with his throttle control here. You want the least amount of traction control interference coming out of these corners. And knowing that McLaren, a lot of the drivers are actually driving with the traction control disabled because it has quite a lot of traction and it's quite nicely drivable. But still, you need to put all those over 500 horsepower onto the road somehow.
And that's not easy because you've got to have that fine balance, as you rightly said earlier on today, Nico. You've got to have that fine balance of aerodynamics, set up so you're doing a lot with regards to, say, suspension, damper ratios, anti-roll bar link, camber, caster, toe in, toe out. There's a lot on these cars with the realism of Assetto Corsa Competizione that you are effectively tuning a race car. And yeah, okay, it's on a simulation, but it's a simulation that is very, very highly regarded. And that's why it's used as the, for SRO Esports through their relevant programs. And they have, it's the first real sort of platform that we see used to provide a point scoring opportunity for teams in a real life sense through the Panelist GT World Challenge powered by AWS. And it normally takes place during the Endurance Cup. But Igor Rodriguez, with 9 minutes to go, is 3 seconds ahead of this battle, which is about 0.2 of a second apart. Bit of a wiggle there from the back end of the number 55 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, piloted by Wojciech Fiala. Down the international pit straight, heading into the right-hander here at Abbey. Walsingham, I think, just trying to be a little bit more careful, especially one thing that we haven't really touched on is that whilst these drivers have been pushing, if they have had a track cut, if they've got to be careful if they're on their third strike, because strike number 4, automatic drive-through penalty, as per the system software. But Walsingham is not giving up here, Nico. He wants that second place.
Yeah, and you can really, I can almost hear the front tires of him screaming for mercy when he pushes into the Grand Prix layout, turn 1 there. And you see he can go faster, he can push more, but every single time in these high-speed corners, he really has to compensate for that understeer and just lift off a little bit more. It's really, really tricky with that balance of having more straight line speed, having more corner grip, and actually having that corner grip behind another car.
Yeah, so Dominic Kuroshavin ending up pitting. We did have a couple of retirements, it looks like. The 812 of Gridfinder Racing, Leon Hopper, and also the number 44 of Visceral Esports. So a real shame for Estefano Barrera. Here is the team and the driver at the moment, Igor Rodriguez, still just making it look very, very easy. Gap between him and Wojciech Fiala now expands to 3.4 seconds. And considering the fact this is the second race in a row that Williams Esports Razor have had the maximum success ballast of taking 2 wins in a row, and they're on the case for getting race number 3 done, thereby securing them the top prize out of a €5,000 prize pool of €1,000 that will go to Williams Esports. But then it's double bubble because the way that Chill Blast are at the minute, that's going to be €1,700 in total out of the 5K going to Williams.
I'd say that's pretty comfy, you know. I wouldn't mind winning an esports event like this and getting that much money from that, yeah. But Igor and Denko, both of them have just really figured out how to move that Audi in the new patch, since 1.9 especially. They've been fast the entire year. Their experience really shows here, especially with setup building, because the thing is, you can really specialize on one certain car in ACC.
Yeah.
Because these cars, you feel that they are different. It's such a crazy concept, because you're thinking, hey, mid-engine car, aerodynamics, it can't be that different. But just from the length perspective, for example, you see how flat and how long the McLaren is, for example. The Audi has a bit of a shorter wheelbase, and overall just a little bit more of a how do you say it? I wanted to say like almost like a pit bull like look, you know, a little bit shorter and everything. Everything is more flat together.
Yeah, I understand exactly. Yeah, because in terms of the shorter wheelbase, the Audi is better in terms of its handling powers because it's mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, 5.2 litre, naturally aspirated V10, sorry. And the centre of gravity helps with the car's rotation coupled with the shorter wheelbase. But of course, the 720S has always been a long-tail car. It always has been, you know, especially with its predecessor, the 675. They even had the MP12 4C was a GT3 car when it first came out as part of the McLaren customer racing operation. But with 5 minutes to go, Walsingham is not giving up. Just under 3/10 behind. Looking at their previous lap times, Walsingham was slightly quicker, probably by the best part of just over half a tenth. Now he's right up the rear bumper. This is going to be close between these two.
Yeah, he stuck with him far better through Abbey this time.
I think Walsingham's just sort of kept a little bit in reserve, whereas Fiala is just having to come in pretty fresh, a bit maybe green, you know, a bit sort of wet behind the ears, so to speak. You know, like if you're thrown into a situation that you're told, okay, right, you're racing at the Expo next week. You've got limited time to prepare. So you know for a fact that Max Wojcik and Wojciech Fiala will have been working together to try and get the maximum out of the car, as they both run very, very wide towards the very, very tight towards the barriers as they make their way through into Copse Corner. They're now accelerating, and they're going to be hitting the best part of 240 kilometers an hour, heading into Maggots.
You can see how close he's actually staying then. Basically to try and counteract the lack of downforce now. I think he's trying to turn in a little bit earlier, just so he can get the nose in a bit better, get a little bit of air over that front splitter and just turn in better.
Yeah, well, Wojciech Fiala just had a little bit of a moment coming out of Chapel Curve. Now, it was the left rear wheel going on the grass, kicking up the dirt, which will dirty up the tyres as Walsingham looks to go through on the inside at Stoke Corner. Now it's the run to Vale with 3.25 minutes remaining. Igor Rodriguez is away and clear. The gap now nearly 4.3 seconds. Walsingham knows that time is fast running out. Veloce now know that they will not get second in the championship, but they want to finish on a high with another top 2 finish. They've already had 1 win at round 2 at Monza. They've had a P3 here. They've been inside the top 5 all the way through the season so far. Walsingham again nearly decided to dive up the inside. That would have been through Village and into the loop. As our race leader Igor Rodriguez makes his way out of Aintree, down the Wellington Straight, heading into Brooklands and Luffield. What might be the second from last lap of this race. We did complete 24 laps in race 1. We're on course to do the same here in race number 2. But I don't think I think Walsingham, I think there could be a little bit of strategy possibly, but he's 0.33 behind Fiala. He got that gap down a lot closer. Matthias Kuhn closing in on Tommy Brazier. Now this is the battle for P4, and this is coming out of Woodcote. McLaren against Lamborghini. Matthias Kuhn looks up the inside, side by side through Copse Corner of all places, and Kuhn gets through. That was a great lunge up the inside of Tommy Brazier, and didn't a certain team principal from Formula One say you can't overtake at COPs? Well, Matthias Kuhn has proved otherwise.
I mean, it depends on the driver if he can overtake or not,
Yeah.
and whether or not you're driving Mercedes.
Oh, sorry, I had to throw that quip in there, didn't I? But that was a great move there. Matthias Kuhn had just been waiting and waiting and waiting. But Igor Rodriguez, as I said earlier on, both he and Tinko van der Velde have to give a shout out to the Irish one that is Dara McCormack, who last year, the three of them, took the win at the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy last year. And Peachman gets the drive-through. Peachman gets the drive-through. I would possibly hazard a guess that might be for track limits. I'm just awaiting confirmation on that as we speak. Aidan Walsingham still within 4/10 of Wojciech Fiala. So track limits confirmed as the reason for the drive-through for Peachman, Tim Peachman for the number 72 of Renvelton Esports Blue. 35 seconds on the timer. And Igor Rodriguez making his way down the Wellington Straight for what will be the penultimate time on lap number 23. Walsingham closing on in on Fiala for that second place. Into the left-hander they go at Brooklands. Who's going to get the better run? Oh! Now, that was a bit of a sideways moment there for Walsingham. He's lost a little bit of momentum in comparison with Wojciech Fiala. But on to the 24th and final lap of this race. And what's more, the final lap of the 2023 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy goes Williams Esports Razor's very own Igor Rodriguez. But Walsingham is not done yet. He's closing in, going into Maggots. And Tommy Rozier has had to pit. What on earth has happened to SDL Esports? In the meantime, has he sustained damage as a result of a possible contretemps, so to speak? Walsingham using all the track and then some, even having the throttle fully pinned down. Flat chat through out of Chapel, down the Hangar Straight.
Fiala gets Stowe a lot better this time, so no mid-corner slowdown needed, where Walsingham caught him before, but goes a little bit deep into the chicane. Now to come around Club, and Walsingham really has to get the traction down properly now, has to stick with him, has to get the next turn in properly for Abbey, down the Hamilton Straight.
Yeah, now through Abbey, they've got to fire it through very, very quickly. Fiala had a quick directional change there. Into Village, now into Farm Curve, and now into Village, and Walsingham is ready and waiting to strike. He's trying to get a bit of a bump between the two for second position. Timer has hit 0. There's your race leader coming down the Wellington Straight for the final time. It has been a dominant day for one squad above all. It's going to be 3 wins on a bounce. As coming out of Luffield, it's just woodcut to negotiate, because your 2023 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophies, it's 2 times galore for 2022 and now 2023. Williams Esports Razor take the championship with 3 wins in a row. Muito parabéns, Igor Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde, for a sterling effort. Wojciech Fiala holds on to second, so it's a Williams Esports 1-2. With the Chill Blast crew coming home in second. Walsingham will bring it home in third for Veloce. They'll wrap up third in the title standings. Matthias Kuhn for the 696 of ITB Racing takes fourth. Mattia Di Campo for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Mattia Di Campo takes a well-deserved 5th place for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. We wait for the final few drivers. There's Tommy Rozier. Not a good one for him. Milos Stamenkovic for Rocket Sim Sport across the line takes 16th. But Nico, Williams Esports Razor, 3 wins on the bounce. So effectively, you know what? After all of that, that means that Williams Esports now have €1,700 of the prize pool, but everyone, folks, gets up from 20th upwards. They get a piece of the prize pool. But Van der Velde, and Rodriguez. So, you know what? I think at the end of the day, they thoroughly deserved it. Williams Esports continue to rule the roast here at the SimRacing Expo, and they've got another title to defend tomorrow, the GT500. But what did you think of that amount of racing for today?
They've been a force to be reckoned with for the entire race. Well, not just the entire race, for the entire season, honestly. With Veloce being the only one to dethrone them in, I think it was Monza in the second round?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just, honestly, respect to them. They have great drivers. They have had fantastic preparations, evidently. And it's also great to see, a couple of them actually racing here on site for that. So, yeah, they worked hard for it. They definitely deserve it. And 1-2 lockouts, I think that's... We had a couple of teams here with 2 cars, but the 1-2 lockout, that is a sign of dominance, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're not that far from the end of our coverage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy, but I'm going to hand it over to Luke on the stage, who's got one of the team from Williams Esports to talk to him. Over to you, Luke.
First of all, massive congratulations to our race winner, Igor Rodriguez. So we can give him a round of applause, please. And that is 3 wins out of 3 wins in a row, and indeed the professional trophy sorted, signed, sealed, and delivered. I am here with Carter McColeman, who is team coordinator, along with many other things I've been told today. And you've been here engineering with the team. What a day!
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Super happy with the result. Yeah, they put in the work. They got the car to the top, and yeah, honestly, super happy with how everything's gone.
Have you actually had to do anything today? Because the performances have been pretty good.
I mean, not really. It was a pretty easy day for me. Tinko dominated the first race. Igor dominated the second race. It was pretty easy for that. And then, Max in the first race had a bit of a trickier one, but managed to get through it. And then Vojta finished P2. So for me as an engineer, it was pretty easy with no strategy either. So it was keeping it simple and prevailed, I guess.
Nicely done. Can you sum up in some words how Igor's feeling? Obviously, he's racing from home, not able to join us here at the Expo, but he must be so happy.
Yeah, well, obviously Igor's really happy to win, but he'd really love to be here as well. But yeah, he's super happy to get that car into the top, secure the championship, hopping in for the final round. He's super pleased with himself. Yeah.
Nice one. Well, thank you very much for your time. Let's hear it one more time then for Williams Esports, Razor. Now we'll head back to Alex and Nico, who will wrap up the professional trophy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luke. Folks, tomorrow we have the grandstand finale on the 3rd day of competition, the ADAC Digital GT500. The format will be as follows. We'll have 2 qualifying races and then the main event, which will be either 500 kilometers. We have all teams competing on site for a prize pool of €15,000. I've been Alex, Nico's been joining me, and that is it from us. And what we are now going to do is I'm going to hand back over to Luke and Matt Sitt to round things off our side of things today.
Wonderful.
I had to run back on stage. Normally Alex talks for about 3 hours, but no, he brought us over early.
Who's talking about esports, right? This is real sport, honestly.
The one time you want Alex to keep talking, he doesn't. Unreal.
No, yeah, it's crazy. Normally he talks like from now to September next year, whatsoever. How did you like the day?
Really good. It's nice to end off there. Williams Esports have been brilliant in this competition. Both cars, Chill Blast and Razor.
Yes.
The top 2 teams. Been dominant here on site as well. So yeah, really chuffed with them. Interview with Tim Heineman earlier on was really cool. I've pretty much been with him from the start of his journey through sim racing into the real world, commentating on his races, to now see him being successful in a GT3 car. That was really cool for me.
You know what? I liked it so much when you had the interview with him. All the audience were so emotional with him because the journey is really like everybody wants to have that journey, right? Starting in car world, but then not enough money, then going to sim racing, then back to the track, and it was just an amazing journey he made. So he got me.
The best thing for me is I remember him having no no one turn up to, or like one or two people turn up for like a signed autograph.
Yes.
Today he has not been able to stop. He's just had people constantly wanting pictures and autographs, which is amazing.
Brings me to the next point. I love you guys. So good that you're here. Like, hello to the chat and to the stream and everybody. Like, appreciating a lot that you're there, but also people coming here to the fair is amazing. It's such a nice crowd. The feeling is super warm and welcoming, and everybody seems to be super happy. I like it a lot.
They certainly are.
Yeah. By the way, I have something for the people over here. Also, I will say it in Germany. Fanatec has free beer starting now. Also am Fanatec-Stand gibt's jetzt frei Bier. Yeah, just for you to know. So it's over there. Like,
oh, that's why
20
Alex. That's why he wasn't talking so much.
Yeah, exactly. He wanted to
Okay,
get the
copy.
beer. Yeah, that is that.
Now we get it.
Okay, I'm looking forward for tomorrow as well, because it's going to be the ADAC Digital GT500, of course. So great races, qualifying's in the morning, 10:30, I guess, and then do you have the time?
Pretty much action all day with the GT500. It's a long race, so
yes.
It's a tough job on a Sunday for the commentators, but it gives us a lot more time to do very little.
Yes, maybe Fanatec has beer again. I don't
Hopefully.
know. So 2:00 p.m. the main race is going to start, just for you to make sure you will join in there. And of course, I'm looking forward to having a panel. How is sim racing doing today and beyond? And David Perel is going to be there from SimGrid, Seb Hawkins from Guild Esports, and Josh Martin, Sim Stuff. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be amazing, I guess. Do you have something else?
Well, they've got a presentation here for ADAC. They've got a nice PowerPoint for you, some trophies to give out, but that's pretty much it, Matze.
Yes, I think so too. Time for the beer, right?
Absolutely. I think we're going to have a well-deserved beer, but make sure that you come to the Dortmund Messe tomorrow for the final day of the SimRacing Expo 2023, or tune in on the streams. We'll see you then.
Starts at 10. See you.
Aschers Leben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, dass es unter vielen Aspekten einfach sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Einen wunderschönen guten Abend und herzlich willkommen hier zur Siegerehrung der digitalen Serien des ADAC 2023. Herzlich willkommen hier auf der SimRacing Expo in Dortmund. Mein Name ist Paetz und ich habe die Ehre, heute euch die Siegerehrung nahezubringen. Und dann würde ich sagen, auch gehen wir direkt an die Tat. Und wir haben mit dem dritten Platz, wir fangen an mit der ADAC Clubhouse Series, gefahren in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Und mit dem dritten Platz, dem AMSC Hammelburg und 321 eingefahrenen Punkten, bitte ich einmal nach oben den AMSC Hammelburg. Einmal Gratulation für den dritten Platz. Dann direkt davor mit 544 Punkten, einem schönen Abstand in dem AMG GT4 Clubhouse Series ADAC. Zweiter Platz Capital Racers. Und in der Wertung der GT4 Sieger in der ADAC Clubhouse Series im Porsche Cayman GT4, der MSC Arno mit Smiller Esports in der Kooperation. Congratulations, 570 Punkte. Glückwunsch. Glückwunsch, einmal hier links. Genau. Also das sind einmal die Sieger der Gesamtwert oder Teamwertung GT4 im ADAC Clubhouse Series. Euer Applaus. Glückwunsch zum Sieg. Ihr könnt runter, ihr seid ja. Ihr könnt runter, alles gut. Ihr könnt runter. Ja, ihr könnt runter. Ihr könnt runter. Alles gut. Dann gehen wir direkt weiter in die Teamwertung der GT3, auch hier in der ADAC Clubhouse Series. Und dazu bitte ich einmal nach oben den RSC Wolfenbüttel auf Platz 3 mit 452 Punkten. Glückwunsch. Glückwunsch. Da einmal den Pokal, sehr schön. Dankeschön. Und weiter geht's mit der zweiten Position mit 467 Punkten, gefahren im McLaren vom ADAC Saarland. Zweiter Platz. Glückwunsch. Und die Teamwertung in der GT3. Der ADAC Clubhouse Series geht an den BMW M4 GT3 mit 590 Punkten von MSC Großdölln. Okay, geht ein bisschen zusammen, noch ein Foto. Dann noch einmal Fotosession mit Platz 2 und Platz 3 in der Clubhouse Series GT3. Congratulations, Dankeschön. Euer Applaus für Platz 2 und Platz 3 in der Clubhouse Series ADAC GT3. Dann geht's zu unserem Und wir gehen direkt zur nächsten Wertung. Diesmal sind wir bei der Teamwertung der BMW-Klasse beim ADAC Endurance Summer Cup und beginnen tun wir mit dem SMC Esports Nummer 2 mit 112 Punkten im BMW auf Platz 3. Glückwunsch. Sehr gut. Und auf der zweiten Teamwertung in der Klasse der BMW ist es der RSC Wolfenbüttel mit 156 Punkten mit Jan Sellner und Lennart Wolf. Glückwunsch. Glückwunsch. Und unsere glorreichen Sieger im ADAC Endurance Summer Cup in der BMW-Wertung ist der MSC Polizei Braunschweig. Sieg mit 159 mit Rainer Brandt, Leon Brandt, Jakob Fischer, Michael Rickertz und Robin Brandt. Glückwunsch. Jawohl, Glückwunsch.
Jo, danke.
Dann einmal aufstellen zum Foto. Genau, die Sieger in die Mitte, so ist schön. Dann nochmal schöne Fotosession für euch und nochmal euer Applaus, der geht durch. Danke sehr. Und wir gehen direkt fliegend weiter. Wir sind noch im ADAC Endurance Summer Cup, der in den verschiedenen Bars und Lounges republikweit gefahren wird. Und wir springen weiter in die GT4-Klasse. Mit insgesamt 121 eingefahrenen Punkten haben wir den MSC Losheim Junior im Porsche Cayman GT4. Glückwunsch nochmal. Auch in einem Porsche Cayman GT4 mit 123 Punkten ist es der AC Gifhorn T1 mit Tim Rösner und Ulrich Busse. Glückwunsch. Dankeschön. Und auch hier hat es ein Porsche auf Platz 1 geschafft im Porsche Cayman GT4 die Sieger des ADAC Endurance Summer Cup der Klasse der GT4, der ADAC Saarland mit 180 Punkten. Congratulations. Dann also. Ja, man kann auch 2 Pokale mit nach Hause nehmen, sehr schön. 2 Arme, 2 Pokale, sehr gut. Dann einmal aufstellen zum Foto. Nochmal einen Applaus für unsere Podium-Aspiranten in der GT4-Klasse. Danke sehr. Wir gehen weiter mit der Cup-Klasse, die Teamwertung ADAC Endurance Summer Cup. Wir sind immer noch im gleichen Pokal angekommen. 3. Platz, RG Berg-Gladbach mit 110 Punkten auf der 3. Position. Dann gehen wir weiter auf den 2. Platz und zwar mit SMC Esports 1 mit 120 eingefahrenen Punkten mit Luke Maddox-Neuläuf, Nico Bayer und Christian Greth. Glückwunsch. Und die glorreichen Sieger im Porsche GT3 Cup, der Teamwertung Cup, Endurance Summer Cup mit dem MSC Waldstadt, Maximilian Röhrig und Marc Weinand. Einmal aufstellen zum Foto, genau. Dankeschön. Euer Applaus. Dankeschön für die Cup-Klasse des ADAC Endurance Summer Cups. So, und wir springen weiter in den ADAC SimRacing Cup. Hier sind wir mit 3, geschweige 4 Ligen unterwegs. Wir fangen an mit der Liga 3 und zwar das ist die TCR-Klasse und dort haben wir, einmal kurz sortieren, die Liga 2 mit den GT4s und Liga 1 mit den GT3. Da benötige ich Ergebnisse. Gunnar? Es können ja alle jetzt Pokale bekommen, aber ich habe gerade keine Wertung hier. Na gut, wenn du weißt, dass du gewonnen hast, dann kann man ja. Okay, Platz 3 der TCR-Klasse. Glückwunsch. Dann kommt Carla Esports als nächste Platzierung. Mit Platz 2. Glückwunsch in der Teamwertung. Da kommt noch einer. Sehr schön. SimRacing Cup, ja. Der SimRacing Cup. Der ist zu früh, sagt er. Okay, alles kein Problem. Und dann bitte ich die Sieger der Meisterschaft der TCR, der Liga 3 des ADAC SimRacing Cups nach oben. Ach, der steht da. Okay, gut. Wusste ich auch nicht. Okay, Dankeschön. Dann da einmal den Siegerpokal. Schnellster Mann. Jan Winter ist das. Im ADAC SimRacing Cup neben seinem Teamchef Carsten Geisler und Pro Sport auf der 3. Position. Dankeschön. Noch kurz Foto machen, genau. Vielen, vielen Dank. Dann springen wir weiter in die GT4-Klasse und da bitte ich nach oben den 3. Platz des ADAC SimRacing Cups mit der GT4-Klasse. Ne, wir springen direkt auf Platz 2. Dankeschön für den Hinweis. Sag mal, kurz Team. Okay. Einmal einen Applaus für den Jonas, genau, Platz 2. Und dann bitte ich einmal den Sieger der Liga 2, Sascha Rubel, Gewinner der GT4-Klasse, ADAC SimRacing Cup, der Feldclub hier vorne. Sehr schön, Handshake, dann einmal auch gerade stehen fürs Foto. Guck mal da vorne noch. Sehr schön, Dankeschön, euer Applaus. Liga 2, GT4, ADAC SimRacing Cup. und wir springen weiter auf die Liga 1 Meisterschaft. Hier wurden die GT3-Fahrzeuge im ADAC SimRacing Cup gefahren und da bitte ich mal den nächsten auf die Stufe. Platz 3? Okay, direkt mit Platz 1, alles klar. Dann hier einmal aufstellen. Siegerpokal. Haben wir da mal deinen Namen?
Philipp.
Genau, einmal Philipp. Glückwunsch zum Sieg der GT3-Klasse beim ADAC SimRacing Cup. Dankeschön, dein Applaus. Und wir machen weiter mit der nächsten Wertung. Hier sehen wir einmal 4 Namen für die besten 3 Positionen. Und das ist die DSRC Endurance Meisterschaft von 2023. Und da bitte ich einmal mit 298 Punkten auf der 3. Position Viktor Brill auf die Bühne. Nils ist nicht da? Okay. Dann höre ich gerade auf Platz 2. Nils Rütele ist leider nicht anwesend, aber trotzdem Glückwunsch zu Platz 2. 331 Punkte. Der Applaus. Und dann springen wir zu den Siegern mit Jan Winter und Tim Reinhardt mit 400 glatten Punkten. Die Sieger der DSRC Endurance Fahrerwertung. Glückwunsch an die Podiumsplatzierung. Einmal aufstellen zum Foto. Sehr schön. Euer Applaus. Fahrerwertung DSRC 2023. Und es geht direkt weiter mit der Pro-Am-Wertung, sprich eine Klasse drunter. Je nach iRating wurde dort eine extra Wertung eingeführt, die Pro-AM. Wertung und dort ist auf der 3. Position mit 84 Punkten Racetech Performance. Und direkt davor simracers.de, Team Black, 88 Punkte, den 2. Platz gesichert. Glückwunsch. Glückwunsch, geil.
Wir wollen die in Vertretung ab, ne?
Okay. So. Gut. Und dann kommen wir zu den Siegern und ich weiß, dass sie hier sind. Gecko iRacing DSRC, die Sieger der Pro-AM-Wertung. Einmal auf die Bühne bitte mit 216 Punkten. Dankeschön. Handshake mit den Konkurrenten, so gehört sich das. Ganze Jahr duelliert und jetzt hier eure Fotozeit. Dankeschön. Pro-Am-Wertung, Gecko iRacing und SimRacers.de Team Black. Jetzt kommen wir zu den 3 Klassenwertungen. Wir haben einmal die SP3T, das sind die Touring-Cars. Hier einmal Hyundai Elantra, Klassensieger. Wir haben sie schon oben gesehen, aber nochmal nach oben. Die 460, Carla Esports. Sehr schön, Glückwunsch. Und das nächste Fahrzeug, Platz 2, oder ne Quatsch, Klassensieger GT4, AMG, GT4 Pro Sport, MSC Alzey mit Viktor Brill, Nils Rütele, Dani Juser und Sascha Rubel. Glückwunsch, Glückwunsch. Sehr schön, euer Applaus, Klassensieger GT4. Und die DSRC Endurance wäre nichts ohne ihre GT3-Klasse. Und da haben wir einen Klassensieger Mike Paluch und Karl Winkler bilden Core SimRacing GT3. Sehr schön. So, und eigentlich kannst du direkt oben stehen bleiben, denn wir haben noch eine Teamwertung. 2023 mit 329 Punkten habt ihr zusammen die dritte. Genau, also die DSRC Sprint-Teamwertung haben wir jetzt. Du bist direkt hier oben schon stehen geblieben. Core SimRacing 329 Punkte. Der dritte Platz für dich auch noch in einer nächsten Wertung. Dankeschön dafür, Glückwunsch. Pokal kommt natürlich auch. Dann direkt stehen bleiben. Wir machen noch weiter mit dem zweiten Platz in der DSRC Sprint-Teamwertung 223 Team Hösingfeld. Glückwunsch. Danke. Glückwunsch. Und die Sieger in unserer DSRC Sprint Teamwertung 2023 mit nach oben SimRacing Academy mit 445 Punkten. Glückwunsch. Einmal aufstellen zum Foto, Pokale präsentieren. Dankeschön. Teamwertung 2023 SimRacing Academy, Tim Heusingfeld und Core SimRacing. Euer Applaus. Und jetzt muss er die Pokale mal wegbringen, weil er nur 2 Hände hat. Aber er kann direkt wiederkommen, denn auf der dritten Position der Fahrerwertung ist es Karl Winkler von Core SimRacing. Und wir nähern uns der Zielgeraden, wie man so schön sagt. Und zwar vor ihm gelandet, bleib stehen, gerne, Jan Zetkowski, Team Heusingfeld, P2. Glückwunsch. Und nochmal, genau. So, und der beste Fahrer der DSRC Sprint, heute auch den digitalen Race of Champions gewonnen und DSRC Sprintmeister, Fahrerwertung P1, Niklas Last. Einmal aufstellen zum Foto. Sehr schön. Pokale präsentieren. Die 3 Besten der DSRC Sprint, euer Applaus. Damit sind wir durch mit den ADAC digitalen Serien dieses Jahr 2023, 2024 steht in den Startlöchern. Vielen Dank für die Aufmerksamkeit. Glückwunsch allen Gewinnern. Euer Applaus nochmal komplett für alle, die heute Pokale mit nach Hause genommen haben und die heute nicht dabei waren. Vielen Dank fürs Zuhören. Dankeschön und noch einen schönen Messetag.